Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling to order this meeting of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville, or I'm trying to anyway. Thank you. Council, are there any regrets? I don't see any, Madam Clerk. Are there declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Hutchins.
Yes, thank you. I have a three-bedroom basement apartment, so I will not be taking any for item number 5.
Thank you. Councillor Lapworth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to register my ongoing declaration of pecuniary interest concerning item number 3 tonight, the Glen Abbey Golf Course, as one of my income tax clients is an employee of ClubLink who owns the golf course. Thank you.
All right, Council, we need to resolve into committee of the whole. We need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Lapworth, Councillor Chisholm, all in favor? And that resolves us into the relaxed rule environment of the committee of the whole. And Council, considering the convenience of the number of people who are here who I perceive are here for item number 5, I'm going to pull item 5 to be our first item. And we'll turn to Mr. Barry for his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. Thank you for having me here tonight to speak to item number 5 on the agenda, the rental housing licensing bylaw. Tonight's topic is a bit complex, and my presentation will attempt to contextualize the current issue, overview background work conducted, and discuss issues raised during our public consultation process, as well as go over the draft bylaw and the cost recovery program. As you may recall, on November 7, 2016, Council passed a motion dealing with rental housing. The original motion recommended an outreach strategy for near-campus housing, and that portion of the motion will be brought back at a later date, and part of it depends on Council's direction tonight. The second part of the motion directed staff to draft a low-rise residential rental bylaw and include a financial plan for cost recovery, and this has been done and will be presented in tonight's presentation. Our current regulations consist of a lodging house bylaw that has been in place for since 2006, licensing and zoning regulations that have been synchronized, and a maximum of 3 bedrooms that can be used for lodgers in a lodging house. Although we've had a licensing bylaw in place for some time, the problem of distinguishing lodging houses from non-lodging houses has not improved, resulting in very few licensed properties. The main reason for this is lodging house is only one type of rental on the rental spectrum, making up a very small segment of that market. The rest of the market is made up of what are known as single housekeeping units. These rentals can look the same as lodging houses and have many of the same characteristics, but are not captured by the bylaw. From a resident standpoint, looking at it from the outside, they could be confused as to why we are or aren't acting, because again, the two types of rentals appear very much the same. In addition to differentiating lodging houses, enforcement of the regulations also provides a problem. The main issue is proving a lodging house is not a single housekeeping unit. As stated earlier, the two look the same from the outside and can only be differentiated by taking a look to the interior, how the home operates. This slide shows case law characteristics that must be identified in order to determine if it's a lodging house or a single housekeeping unit. Information needed to understand the differences must come from tenants or landlords, and often that's not possible because they're unwilling or mostly unwilling to speak with our officers. With that in mind, this takes us down to where we are now and have a bylaw in place, but unfortunately can't really enforce many of the regulations associated with it. When we look at other licensing bylaws, this slide shows a scaled down version of Appendix E in tonight's report. And this really tells us that from a fee standpoint, the existing municipalities that have residential bylaws, London, North Bay, Oshawa, and Waterloo, all collect fees, and all exclude apartment buildings. There's some deviation when it comes to whether the bylaws are town-wide. Oshawa is the only one of the group that doesn't have a town-wide bylaw, and this is mainly because they enacted their bylaw prior to the Ontario Human Rights Commission providing some guidance on how they should be created. And if we look at classes of license, all of the cities have classes of license except for London, which is really just on any rental without differentiating by class. Looking at residential rental housing licensing communities, the characteristics of the communities appear to have some commonality. If we look at populations, they range from 64,000 to 475,000. They all have 2 or more post-secondary learning institutions. Student populations range from 9,000, just over 9,000 to just over 55,000. And low-income residents range from 5,000, just under 6,000 to just under 50,000. And if we look at Oakville and compared to those characteristics, Oakville's numbers are on the low end of all of these numbers and characteristics. To develop the bylaw and cost recovery program we're presenting tonight, the total number of low-rise rental units was required. This is something that's not found in any single source. As a matter of fact, it's not really captured at all. To gather numbers to provide the report, we've had to do some research and look at the Canadian Housing and Mortgage and Housing Corporation, as well as MPAC, and essentially take the data sources and combine them, scrubbing the information that we gathered for apartment buildings and non-residential uses. And this is where we've come up with the number, and I believe I don't know the slide number, but there's a heat map in the report, Appendix G, I guess, that shows the numbers, and that's between 6,000 and 7,000 rentals in the town that we've identified. And again, this is using really a look at just a single time period and the data that we have. So this number can fluctuate both up or down. We also heard a lot about the Residential Tenancies Act during our public consultation. And in the bylaw, we've tried to identify what the Residential Tenancies Act provides and what a possible residential housing bylaw could provide. And if we look at the Residential Tenancies Act, it focuses more on rent and eviction and includes an adjudication process. So after there's an issue, there's an adjudication process. If we look at what a residential rental housing bylaw provides, that's more upfront enforcement, making sure that the property is safer, making sure that before people take possession of a rental property, it's had a vetting that's desired by the community. And as mentioned earlier, the Ontario Human Rights Commission has also weighed in on this issue, and they've provided guidance to municipalities if they're drafting rental housing licensing bylaws. And they've also produced a document, it's called Room for Everyone, and can be found at this website on the screen now. In addition to that, in the Room for Everyone document, the Commission has provided guidelines or considerations when drafting a rental housing bylaw. Everything from consulting code-protected groups to avoiding arbitrary bedroom caps and protecting tenants in the cases of a rental shutdown. Moving on to the bylaw, I'll overview the draft bylaw starting with the different classes of license proposed and then move into the application requirements, demerit point system, and variance process. As I review the classes, keep in mind that a variance process, again, is available for Class A, B, and C licenses in the bylaw. Starting with Class A, this is designed for single housekeeping units, so for this category of license that we don't currently capture. Rental bedrooms are capped at 5. Rental bedrooms must have minimum floor area, and that's 14 square meters if you're having 3 or more people. Or for 3 people, and more than 3 people requires 7 meters. The building code, I believe, is between 7 and 8 meters, depending on the setup of the bedroom. And with that, you could have up to 2 people in that bedroom that's permitted under the building code. There's a 40% cap on bedroom floor area in the home. And these units, again, are not owner-occupied, so it's the entire home that's being rented. There are 2 transition clauses as well. and one allows up to 6 bedrooms on the date that the bylaw comes into place, if the license is obtained within 6 months, and a second allows a permanent exceedance of the 40% floor area. Again, a license would have to be obtained within 6 months. They could have no more than 5 bedrooms, and the bedroom and floor area can't increase as time goes on. So if we think about this class of license, it's really a single group living in a full home. A Class B license is our owner-occupied class, and it includes an accessory apartment. So we'd be looking at a maximum of 4 rental bedrooms. So there could be more bedrooms in the house used by the owners, but 4 rental bedrooms. To accommodate the additional bedrooms, there's a maximum of 50% bedroom area. There's again the minimum floor area requirement in the rental bedrooms. And again, it has to be owner-occupied. There can be single or multiple leases. And again, it must be a single housekeeping unit. And if we imagine this class of license, it would be an owner and up to 4 rental bedrooms in a home, so somebody sharing a home, or an owner and 4 rental bedrooms and an accessory apartment up to 4 rental bedrooms. So you could have a total of 8 rental bedrooms in this home. Class C licenses are non-owner occupied units, and again, they could have an accessory unit. Here again, we're capped at 4 bedrooms, rental bedrooms. There is no allowance in this since the owner doesn't live there. A maximum of 40% bedroom area. And minimum floor area requirements apply. Again, non-owner occupied, multiple or single leases, and must be a single housekeeping unit. And the single housekeeping unit, again, is the key factor in these classes. They must operate in compliance with that case law that we've outlined earlier. Thinking about this home, it would be a full rental property, likely more than 1 rental unit, so an upstairs and a downstairs rented. So it could have, again, up to 8 rental bedrooms, no owner in the home. A Class D is the only class of license captured that's not a single housekeeping unit. And in fact, in this case, if somebody wanted to create a Class D license, they would be declaring up front that they're not single housekeeping and that they're going to comply with fire code, building code, and zoning regulations for lodging houses. There's some distinguishing characteristics with respect to this, and they include a minimum of 5 bedrooms, so it can't be less than 5 bedrooms. No exclusive use of kitchen or bathroom for tenants. Bedrooms or doors with locks on them are capable of being locked, and 1 lease per tenant. And if we think about this rental, this would be the true lodging house. So if we picture a lodging house, whether it be in any municipality where people are transient, coming and going maybe for a short period of time, this class would capture that. Moving on to application requirements. The first of the foundational requirements contained in most bylaws. So we have collecting owner information, whether it's a corporation, collecting that information, transfer deed, so we know who owns the property, $2 million insurance, which is consistent with our other classes of license, and a criminal reference check. And this is mainly because looking at the owners or landlords in these instances, and a lot of times they're in a position of authority or a position of power, so this is consistent with the criminal reference requirements we have in other bylaws, other licensing bylaws. The second set of requirements have been created to ensure the bylaw is enforceable. And this looks at floor plans, which would be needed to ensure compliance with zoning and make sure changes aren't made as we go along. Parking plans to make sure vehicles are parked in accordance with zoning requirements. Property maintenance plans to ensure that the town as well as tenants understand who's responsible for what as far as maintenance of the property. Electrical safety inspection, and this is something that wouldn't be a yearly requirement but might be looked at on a 5-year renewal to ensure the property meets the electrical code. Tenant information, again, to ensure that we know who's in the property or how many. Emergency contact, HVAC inspection, and then a signed document saying that the owner understands everything and they're in compliance with all applicable law. And again, these requirements are put together to ensure the bylaw is enforceable, as well as dealing preemptively with the issues that we've heard of over the years. The bylaw also contains a demerit point system, and this is similar to something you would have seen with the short-term accommodation bylaw. And this really allows staff to deal with properties that are problems over a period of time. So if a property owner is charged with a violation, they accumulate points, and at a certain level, they can either receive a suspension or a revocation, and that's 7 points for a suspension, 15 points for a revocation, and appeal can be made to the town's appeal committee. And I spoke earlier about the variance process. This bylaw is unique amongst all of the bylaws in the other cities, where this bylaw has a variance process for Class A, B, and C licenses. The process has been delegated to the appeals committee. Notification is required to residences within 100 meters of the rental unit, and the committee must consider several items when they're making their decision. That can be objections from residents within 100 meters. Is the variance contrary to the public interest? Does the unit have at least 15 demerit points? Or does it meet the general intent and purpose of the bylaw, are some of the things that would have to be considered. And moving on to zoning, compliance with zoning is a key consideration to the licensing process. Staff have reviewed the zoning bylaw to understand how it should best reflect changes should a licensing regime be put forth. And the proposed changes that we talk about are essentially dealing with parking regulations. If we look at actually the change deals with the minimum number of lodging units, and this really changes to allow for the Class D license. So we're saying instead of a maximum of 3 roomers or boarders or 3 lodgers that we've had in our zoning bylaw for quite some time, we're upping that and saying that it'd have to be a minimum of 5 to coordinate with the Class D license in the licensing bylaw. Parking is impacted, and sorry I misspoke a minute ago, but parking is impacted with the Class D license. And this is really dealing with the number of parking spaces required for a Class D. As we've said, it has to start with 5 bedrooms. 2 parking spaces are required for the home, and 1 parking space is required for each of the bedrooms, taking the minimum number for a Class D license of parking spaces that would be required to 7. A variance process is possible through the Committee of Adjustment, and really if we look at feasibility, and this is shown clearly in the report, this would really be relegated to larger lots in South Oakville. From the aspect of a financial plan, in the following slides I'll review the financial plan developed to achieve full cost recovery for the residential rental housing program, as well as look at several assumptions that were made to make the plan feasible over the 5-year period that it looks at. Yep. And then something happened. The fees for the bylaw and program have been developed based on a weighted scale across and within the different classes of license. So what this means, some classes and some subclasses are going to require more work than others in the program. So we've looked at that and developed costs for those classes, and then either added or subtracted costs for other classes depending on what that scale of work would be. And this is really to make sure the program is funded, the classes in the program that require the most work fund the program more, or in the case of more work, more than the rest of the classes. And in looking at this, we looked at risk, anticipated workload, anticipated resource requirements, and technology requirements. In addition to cost drivers, other assumptions had to be made since we had no experience with this, and those assumptions include the time period for cost recovery. It's not possible to recover full cost within 1 year, so we looked at a 5-year period. We also, as I described earlier, had to look at a total number of possible rentals, We identified there's probably 6,000 to 7,000. We also identified that that fluctuates, so we've set the upper limit of licensed rentals to be around 5,000. And we assumed that there'd be a split between whole home and owner-occupied licenses, about 75 to 25%. There's also a reduction of licensing fees on renewal, and this is because there's less workload in a renewal license than in a new license. And just looking at the 2018 and 2019 fees, in 2018 there would be no renewals, so the fees essentially range from $372 for a one-bedroom whole home to $1,241 for a 6 or more bedroom lodging house. In 2019, there's renewal fees that are associated with that, and they're somewhat cheaper, ranging from $248 for that one-bedroom Class A to $746 for the 6-plus bedroom lodging house. Staffing requirements. If we look at enforcing a bylaw of this size and making sure it meets the targets that are set to achieve cost recovery, staff have included 5 FTEs for enforcement, as well as significant funding for the administrative portion of the bylaw. And again, if we anticipate up to 5,000 licenses coming in any given year, that would be quite a number on top of the current licensing regimes to take into the town. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
There's a number of them, and I'd like to start off. I only have one question. It's going to take me a couple sentences to get there. Council was, and I think still remains, very concerned about the places around town that are evading the building code and the fire code, and they're degrading their neighborhoods. And council sought from staff a program to try to deal with that, and I hope everybody's clear on that. I don't think council ever intended to add costs to every one of thousands of rental units to get at a couple of hundred problems who are harassing their neighborhoods. That could be premature. So my question is there no way to protect the public without such complexity and complication and expense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Part of the problem comes in, and I referred to the Ontario Human Rights Commission. If we're looking at a rental licensing bylaw, there's a couple issues here. If we're looking at a rental licensing bylaw, it can't be geographic. And I said there was one community, Oshawa, that has a geographic-centered bylaw. And that's the only one that will ever have it, and that may change in the future. So we couldn't decide there was an area that needed something and then put it on that and not put it across the rest of the town. We would certainly run afoul of the Human Rights Commission. If we look at other attempts, again, part of our issue in enforcing anything to do or any bylaw similar to this is the enforceability of the bylaw. So looking at it, if we start trying to pick and choose pieces of the rental market that we want to license, it's easy for an unscrupulous owner to say they're not that. And then we have to try and prove it from outside of the building. And again, that essentially leaves us exactly where we are now, that we don't know what's going on inside and we can't get the information to prove it.
All right, well, thank you for that sobering news. Councillor Dudek is first, and then Councillor Robinson, and then Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very thorough report, and I'm glad the mayor prefaced his remarks rather in regards to the rationale behind council asking you to prepare this report. And it's not that you were looking to do it, it's that we had asked you so we could make the decision. My biggest concern relates to affordable housing. And given that in Oakville, we seem to be, when you look at all the charts, we're at the far end or high end of the rental costs. And while you reference the province and the region in the body of the report, there wasn't any comment regarding the Halton second unit pilot program, which was oversubscribed, which to me is a clear indication there is a great need as well as interest for people to be able to stay in their home and meet the cost by providing a secondary unit, also providing somebody an affordable unit. Isn't it kind of, and again, I know, as you say, you can't cherry pick from the bylaw, and what concerns me is that the cost of what we're proposing here is contrary to the affordability issue, to my way of thinking. So I guess my concern is, did you factor in the second unit pilot program and the varying sort of renditions included in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the section on affordable housing does suggest that there's a conflict, and we understand there's a conflict. And in the original report, we did, I believe, describe the second unit program from the region quite extensively, suggesting that again, there would be a conflict as we went forward. So definitely affordable housing is one of those issues. If there was interest in enacting a bylaw, we would have to, there would be a conflict, and there's no way the two could actually coexist without it.
Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Barry, I'm not going to identify the area I'm speaking about because I think that would be unfair. But you and I have had multiple conversations about a section of housing in our ward. And you used to keep telling me we need to do something with our lodging legislation. You understand what I'm talking about? Can you tell me what this would do to resolve that problem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, a licensing bylaw, a full scope licensing bylaw, what it does is capture all of the classes. So the issues that we've dealt with in the past would be required to get a license under this proposed regime. If they don't get a license and they're renting out, they can be charged, and then we can start dealing with the underlying problem. So there's no doubt that a bylaw like this adds a layer of protection to the tenant and adds a layer of surety to the municipality that some of those issues are dealt with that we've talked about in the past. It allows us it gives us the enforcement tools to deal with them. At the same time, it's a very, as Mr. Mayor has indicated, it's a very complex piece of legislation that council really needs to determine whether it's needed for what the issues we have here, or whether we go back to looking at other options, other tweaks to our bylaws, and I don't know what they are tonight, but there are options that we can look at possibly to assist.
In my opinion, if I said that I didn't believe that this legislation would really do much to improve that concern that I spoke about, would I be correct?
Well, I think the effectiveness of a bylaw like proposed has been borne out in some of the other municipalities. So when it comes to whether it's effective or not, I would say yes, it's effective. The real question is necessity.
My last question is, I like the mayor's comments about is there some other way we can find something to solve something with? And I don't know if did you answer that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would say is I think we need to go away. Part of it's our outreach program, and part of it's looking at, are there other tweaks we can make? It's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be this, but are there other tweaks we can make that'll help the situation?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Adams, shall I go to Councillor O'Meara, or do you want to go now? Councillor O'Meara?
Thank you, Councillor Adams, Your Worship. And thank you, Jim, for the work you've done here. It's very extensive, and as mentioned, you did do it at the behest of council. Right now, does the fire department have the ability to go unannounced into any home if they wish?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the fire department does have that ability. I mean, I caution answering like that because there is the ability, but practically can they get in if somebody doesn't want them to? No, they do have to go through a warrant process. So in law, there's the ability. I wouldn't say that it's an absolute.
Okay, and then I guess the second part is, we seem to understand the issue here and the restraints that we have, and the residential renters who are caught up in this. Is this something that we might be looking to our provincial colleagues to try and give us, or try and put something more into the bill that's coming forward? Would that perhaps be more of an advocacy piece on our behalf, rather than trying to tangle with this web of people getting caught in the crosshairs to chase after 20 or 30 bad people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say I haven't given that much thought at the provincial level, so I'd be hard-pressed to speak on it. But certainly, anything that came out would have to deal with the conflict between the affordable housing regulations as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
I think my colleague wanted to ask a question. I'll let her go first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Berry, in the report, you noted 4 other bylaws: lot maintenance, property standards, noise, and parking. If you can, in general, indicate from the issues that we're having in the rental department, if you want to call it that, with respect to these 4 bylaws already being in place, what percentage are not being able to be covered by the issues that we speak of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I probably can't take it down to a percentage. I guess what I would say is, if it's something that's occurring on the outside of the building, outside of the property, if there's long grass, if somebody's parking illegally, and we get a complaint, we can deal with those issues. What we can effectively deal with is anything that's happening on the inside of the building. So if there's flooding unabated, if there's people living in a situation that doesn't meet building code, zoning, fire code, unless somebody's willing to allow us in or willing to give us evidence, there's nothing we can do about those.
But currently, is that under the civil issue between the tenant and the landlord if something floods and your property's destroyed in the house? I mean, the tenant is able to still go and sue the landlord for those issues.
Through you,
Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's absolutely a long-term solution to it. The issue, I guess, the issue we have is from a upfront immediate issue. The guidance from the Landlord-Tenant Tribunal is contact your local municipality.
That's what you call a circle game. Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I appreciate all the questions from my council colleagues. A couple of questions for you. We talked a little bit about the outreach program. Can you define a little bit more what that might look like over time?
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we hope to model it after some of the other municipalities. And again, we've looked at Guelph, we've looked at Waterloo, London. There are programs there that try to engage the areas that precipitate this type of a bylaw. So we'd be looking at a way to do that more effectively, hopefully looking at voluntary compliance with possible, there are all kinds of things we could look at, voluntary certifications, those types of things. So there are options to look at. And pending the outcome of tonight's report, we'll be able to more effectively, more fully look at that and hopefully partner with the college to help us as we go forward.
Okay, so we're going to try and renew our efforts at working with the college at getting to the students, for example, which I know in wards 5 and 6 are significant issues. Student housing and basements and that kind of thing is a big issue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we'd look to look to the students and other transient types of rentals.
Okay. There was a question moments ago about our lot maintenance and our property standards. And since council first asked you to go and prepare this draft bylaw, we've made some changes to the way we deal with lot maintenance and property standards, which I think have improved our ability to respond to the external complaints. Is that true? Have we been getting good results?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. Earlier this year in the spring, I believe in June, you approved a new lot maintenance bylaw that's cut our enforcement times down for long grass, debris, all those things. At one time before that, it was in the property standards bylaw where our compliance times are set by the building code, minimum of 19 days. Now we can do it in 5 days, probably 7 days, so we've cut it in half, which has been much more effective. We also have administrative penalties as part of that process. So we have other ways to nudge violators if they choose not to comply.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of that. I attended the open house that we held with respect to this bylaw, and I heard from various members of the public that were there issues associated with the draft that included concern over the burdensome nature of the way the bylaw would work, including the use of the need for an ESA, an HVAC study, criminal record check. There were issues around the use of limits on bedroom sizes, a whole host of these kind of issues, and many of them were maintained in the proposed bylaw. Why is that?
Through Mr. Mayor, again, when we didn't want to present a bylaw that if it was passed, it wasn't enforceable. That'd wind us up in the same place we're at now. So the bylaw before you, we looked at, and really it is a bylaw that is fulsome, providing strong tenant safety regulations as well as allowing staff to enforce it. Again, it really comes down to, there are changes that could be made to it. In the safety areas, does it absolutely need an ESA inspection? No. Does it absolutely need a criminal reference check? No, but the reference check is consistent with what we've provided in other bylaws. And I guess we just have to, if we're looking at the requirements of the Municipal Act when we're enacting licensing bylaws, health and safety, consumer protection, and nuisance control, those are the elements that really are consistent across our bylaws. So we didn't want to deviate too much.
One final question for you before I speak about it. I think there's some confusion out in the public with respect to what this bylaw applies to, and it doesn't apply to high-rise apartments and condos, I'll call them. Can you reaffirm that and tell us why?
Through Mr. Mayor, the bylaw is a low-rise rental bylaw, so it applies to 3 stories or less, 4 units horizontally. There has to be a horizontal separation, and really this is done because the buildings that people might be referring to, apartment buildings, condos, they're built to a different standard. They're built to withstand the transients of rentals, of occupying, unoccupying, occupying. A house isn't built to that standard. A house is meant for more long-term ownership or people staying there more long-term. So if there's going to be an issue with the property, it's on the low-rise.
Thank you very much for all of that and all of your work through all this process. We've been working with you on these kind of matters now for many years, and I was involved in the original lodging house bylaw work a long time ago. We still continue to have issues in a bunch of low-rise homes, and in my ward I can name off Laurelwood, Old Orchard, Evergreen, Hickory, White Oaks up the street, 8th Line, Glen Ashton, all these streets, Folgerwood right now, all of them have had homes that have been real problems for neighbors, and we've had a very difficult time dealing with each one of those locations, which is part of why we got to where we are today. In fact, we've had 2 fires in homes in my ward that are like this, ones that we knew about but couldn't do anything about. So there is a real issue. That being said, having reviewed the material, having attended the open house, I think what we've got here tonight is too much, too burdensome, and too costly for the issues that we're dealing with. I think we need to continue to deal with the issue. I look forward to working with you on some of the other ideas that we've been kicking around and working on. But for tonight, I think what I'd like to propose is that we simply receive the report that you've generated for us, and that we continue to work with you on some of these other issues, the outreach program, for example, and we'll look for some of the other tools that we can get at to try to respond to some of the complaints that we've got. Your Worship, what I'd like to do, I suspect that there are some speakers, but just so that people are aware of where I'd like to go, I'd like to move that the report dated October 16, 2017 from Municipal Enforcement Services regarding residential rental housing licensing bylaw be received.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. That, in effect, would kill this item, and we have a number of speakers, and so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the registered delegations to speak. I guess I would frame it for you this way. If you're keen for council to proceed to not kill the item, and you want council to go further in regulating low-rise rental housing, then you for sure should speak. And if, on the other hand, you want council to do as Councillor Adams is advising, it might not be necessary for you to say more than you agree with him. But you're free to use your 10 minutes any way you like to use it. Madam Clerk, would you call the first registered delegation?
First delegation is William Lung.
Mr. Lung, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
I agree with the council, but I still like to speak to impress on the council regarding the impact as a small landlord. Okay, my name is William Liang. I'm a small landlord. I'll be commenting on the law impact on my Class A rental property that I own for more than 25 years. The definition of bedroom that was mentioned is not clear to me, right? And currently my tenant is a family of 2 adults and 2 teenagers. Well, I'll be able to meet the requirement for the bedroom floor area with 2 adults, but as soon as the first child reaches the age of 18, I'll be out of compliance. I'll be in compliance again when the second child becomes an adult. However, if the interpretation of the basis of total floor area of the bedroom, then I have no issue with that, right? If this is not based on upon total bedroom floor area, then I'll be asking council to ask the staff to do survey of the bedroom size of residential home in Oakville. Staff report mentioned about the concern for passing the cost of licensing to tenants. My full intention is to recover the full cost of licensing and any other associated costs from my tenant. I may not be able to do it in the first year, but in the subsequent year, I'll be able to make application and get approval from landlord and tenant board. Staff had reported concern about increase of the rent. Definitely, that will be impact on the increase in the rent. Also, I would not be agreed to multi-year lease, which my tenant intend to ensure that their monthly rent is of the same during the leasing period. For sure, I'm going to be, because I need to increase my rent every year to recover the cost. That's what I'm going to be doing. In the staff report and the draft bylaw, part of the objective mentioned there is to protect human rights of the person residing in the rental unit. I'm asking, why is this mentioned in the bylaw? We have Canadian Human Rights Act, Ontario Human Rights Code, and Human Rights Commission. Is the council prepared to deal with complaints associated with human rights? Also, I'm asking council to revisit the intent of this bylaw, since the staff report mentioned the number of bylaw call associated with low-rise rental property are not proportionally excessive, and the concern is more to do with lodging house enforcement. Since the intention of the bylaw is to capture the entire low-rise rental property and distinguish lodging house, then make the licensing less onerous for Class A to C and meet those basic intent of the objective. The licensing introduced undesirable outcome for me that it provide avenue for the NIMBY neighbors to create hardship if they wish to do so, and to drive me out of the neighborhood simply because they don't like rental property in the neighborhood. The fact is the neighborhood has changed, that many houses were torn down and rebuilt to much bigger house of triple or more of the value of my rental property. Also, I urge council to consider penalty to tenant, not the landlord, for offenses committed by the tenant. For example, if tenant is subletting part of the house without the consent of the landlord and result in non-conformance to the bylaw, I believe it is not very likely the tenant will be submitting form to the licensing commissioner about subletting. Other examples are using room that is not designated for bedroom, posting of the license and floor plan, which tenant may take them down, not parking according to the parking plan, and etc. Essentially, a lot of the requirements are very stringent. I believe the inspection of premises by person mentioned in the bylaw will be an issue. As you are aware that I have to give 24-hour notice to the tenant for such inspection, and I will not be able to guarantee that the tenant will necessarily allow the inspector to enter the premises. Don't penalize the landlord in this instance. On top of this, inspection of vehicles definitely will be a major issue. I just don't understand the purpose of inspecting vehicle. This is definitely not something that I'll be able to control, and I believe a search warrant will be required. Lastly, council should consider how to safeguard private information with regard to information being disclosed to the licensing. Can I give this to the staff for distribution?
Thank you very much for your information.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Mark Steinman.
Mr. Steinman? Why don't you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Denisha Mensinchi. Mensinchi?
Here she comes. Welcome, ma'am. Council looks forward to your information.
Excuse me just 1 second, please. Your Mayor, Your Honors, I'm again in front of you, this time hoping we can do something, this bylaw, proposed bylaw, to be implemented and to go further, not to be killed, because there is much need for that kind of renting from the owner's part of view and from the tenant's part of view. What I like to point, not to keep too long, we attended in May just a classification of those types of classes you saw there. And at that time, owner-occupied was Class C, now is Class B, was changed that one. On this presentation, the first presentation in May, we have here a must-have one kitchen in each rental unit. We're talking about rental units, and more by having a kitchen specified here was more clarified than is today, or I think is not enough, or we have to talk more about that. Because if we combine the accessory unit implication on this, and then we rely on accessory units to clarify this part C, then we get in a situation we can't go too far. First of all, the accessory units, they still have there a part which impede to this one. If we think that accessory units doesn't allow us to rent more than 833 square feet, then 4 bedroom, maximum 4 rental bedroom, this should apply to a house with 4 bedroom, maximum. Could be 3, could be maybe less, but up to 4 bedrooms. 833 doesn't seems to cannot seem to anybody that you can have 4 bedrooms in 800 square feet when supposed to be each bedroom supposed to be 14, there is something, 14 square, okay, per unit, a minimum floor area, which was about regulated on that. I cannot find what that is there right now. Within 3 adult occupants shall be 14 square meters on each, 14 square meters on each bedroom. If we put together, would be not possible. We couldn't change that accessory unit requirement, you know, which says you can have an accessory unit at 40% of the house, of the floor area in the house, including the basement, or you can have the lesser of, you can have the lesser of 40% or 833. That lesser, in about a year, we couldn't change it. In 2014 by law. If we apply that, for sure, the occupied owner class B is now, is not going to be applicable. It's not possible. Larger house with 4 bedrooms, they have, you know, only 19% square feet if you calculate 833 square feet. Then we should be more, to clarify more, the class B on our owner occupied, in order to include, to make sure that the kitchen is included in that, then we don't come to the situation that we have that, okay, we apply, we do everything, we have the license, and then we stay with 1 kitchen per house, per whole house, which are including the tenants with 4 bedrooms, and the owners could be possible, they said here, up to other more bedrooms there, and to fill 1 kitchen. As is right now, this is the situation, for example, in our house, starting since September 16, we are in impossibility to rent in any situation right now. We came at a point we cannot, because that part 4, point 1, it's D and E. Those are the two parts of the requirements for accessory units, which doesn't allow up to date us to get something, you know, in conformity, you said, on human rights, with privacy life, you know, the tenants can have privacy in the bedroom, okay, they can stay in the bedroom there with the lock there, but when they come out, you know, you can, as an owner, to go and see the tenant upstairs there in pajama. Excuse me, but I came in this situation. It's a very unclear situation we are now. We should do this classification and all those very clear to specify itself can stand by. If we do such a thing, that we should do it to stay itself. We can apply it. We don't have to go from article to bylaw by bylaw, what bylaw permits what, and at the end we come at this. We have this experience, and we came at the conclusion that we support this bylaw. We are waiting for it. We know that the council and you know, the mayorship and the town, they see the reality, which it is specified here, that is needed in our municipality to be affordable, and not only affordable, but for the seniors, they can live in their houses, and the tenants can rent, because we are the municipality which have, you know, most needed those rental units. That's why please accept, you know, my proposal to go on this classify here, but to make them, to work on them in the way, to be clear, they can stand itself, we can apply, we don't need to go further, just we can apply. Then to go further in a committee of adjustment or further or so, only in exceptional situation, not as a rule. This is what I'd like you to take our, proposal to you. To go further, not to kill it, but to do it to be a good bylaw, to stand itself, and we can rent it and the tenants can find a place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you share a copy of your presentation with the clerk?
I have only this one. I was hoping, this one.
You spoke off the top of your head?
Yes, yeah, exactly, of
Very
the
good.
situation. Yeah, just I was looking at that one, because the new one you have, it could be an workable one, a good workable one. As far as we work, for that, to specify, should be for a unit to be because accessory unit, even now, you cannot figure out there is a kitchen there, or there is not a kitchen, could be or not. There is a separate entrance, and if there is a separate entrance, you can have only on the sides, and there are houses that cannot make it, but you make it from the front. And then on this one, it's a good, very good step, and should be done in the good way for everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your information. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Marilyn Palmer.
Want to go to the next one?
Okay, the next one is Tyler Wright.
How about another one?
Okay. Aaron Pathak. Okay.
Welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Aaron Pathak. I'm the president of the Hamilton and District Apartment Association. Our members cover an area from Mississauga to Niagara, Brantford, so we've got quite a large area. And we represent the owners of about 30,000 rental units in that area. A number of municipalities have brought in licensing due to problems with student housing and student behavior. Licensing will not help with the behavior of students or other tenants. The issue with colleges is a lack of purpose-built accommodation. There needs to be more student housing built, and the college should be involved. Landlords have little control over tenant behavior. For example, noisy parties or parking. If a tenant is noisy or parks incorrectly, a landlord can go for an eviction, which will take 3 to 6 months with suitable documentation. And even then, adjudicators often give tenants a second chance. Police and bylaw officials can ticket and fine for those types of issues. The one issue identified is a problem with lodging house enforcement. I don't think it's fair to license other types of property because there is an issue enforcing a lodging house bylaw. I want to comment on the fee schedule. It ranges up to $31 a month, and the lowest is $16.97. That's for a room. You may think $20 to $30 a month is insignificant, but I assume the applicant is paying for everything else added on. So you've got to add on the cost of the criminal check, lawyer's fees for a corporate status certificate or a copy of the deeds, architect costs for drawing parking plans, floor plans. There's going to be lots of other paperwork. ESA inspection, HVAC inspection, hiring a local contact if they live out of the area. The real cost is not going to be the $20 or so. It's more likely to be $100 a month. A rent increase of $100 a month when these units turn over. The report says providing affordable housing is an objective for the province, Halton Region and the town. The report also recognizes that this bylaw, if introduced, would cause homeowners to transfer additional costs to tenants and decrease the affordability of rental accommodation. It also recognizes that because of the requirements, less people will want to rent their units, and so there'll be less units available and an increase in rents due to fewer units being available. I feel certain that this would increase rents very significantly and reduce the rental supply. Oakville has very low vacancies and the market today is raising at a very fast rate. It's not the time to bring something like this in. Waterloo, as we've heard, does have a rental housing bylaw, and landlords were able to get up to 6% extra, 6% for an above guideline increase based on licensing fees and associated costs. Just imagine what that is when you translate into the rents. Section 11 of the draft bylaw gives various people, including the police, the right of inspection. Any other property, the police would need a search warrant. Here you're circumventing the basic principle of the search warrant and taking away people's human rights if you allow police to come in to these properties without search warrants, whereas they need them in other areas. In the report, section 14.3, it talks about the premises being closed for any use for up to 2 years. I find that very hard to digest. Can you actually close somebody's premises for up to 2 years? Is that not going to contravene other legislation? I just think it's wrong, whichever way you look at it. There's a requirement for a local contact. So somebody may set up a business being a local contact. He'll charge the owner a fee. But if he doesn't have the authority to do work in the unit, if he can't authorize large expenses like a furnace replacement or a roof repair, then all you're doing by adding that local contact is adding another layer for telephone calls. So the town contacts the local contact, but he can't authorize anything. He contacts a landlord. You're better off dealing with a landlord, whether you're talking to him in Toronto or Vancouver or wherever it is. The local contact doesn't really help. Some of these things in my mind are unnecessary. A copy of the deed. You already have a tax roll. You know who the owners are. There's a request for a tenancy agreement. I don't think that's something that the town should be asking, and I'm not sure what the use of that would be for. Tenancy agreement is a private agreement between a landlord and a tenant, and I think the town would be overstepping bounds to be asking for that. The province is going to be introducing a standard lease, and that will contain contact information and so on, enabling the tenant to be sure that they can contact the landlord whenever they need to. So that's not really going to be much help. The report acknowledges there are existing bylaws, many of these issues, and then lists them: the lot maintenance, property standards, noise, parking. So we already have ways of dealing with these, and we know which areas are bad, we know where the problems are, we can drive down there right now and start issuing tickets. Most of the issues, there was a chart showing the issues that were anticipated, and most of them are visible from the street. We don't need licensing for enforcement of that. London was one of the cities that did introduce licensing. In the first 3 years, they lost $1.1 million because very few license applications actually came in. Within the first 3 years, staff wanted to more than double the fees because they were just not getting enough money to cover what they thought they were going to get. Oakville, I think, would lose a lot. I think we wouldn't get the many licenses as anticipated. The other concern I have is licensing is likely to push some landlords underground, and tenants will then think that they can't even call the bylaw officer because then they'll get evicted. Right now, tenants have a clear right of calling the town or municipality and getting attention to whatever their issues are. Some of the other municipalities have portrayed licensing as revenue neutral, and only a cost to landlords. The reality is that over time, tenants will pay all of the costs. Costs of enforcement from today's tax intakes are reduced because you're getting a new revenue stream and you're transferring some of the current costs to the new revenue stream. So basically, what you're doing is you're downloading costs from the better off homeowners to tenants who on average have about a third of the income of homeowners. The costs of enforcement should come out of general taxes, as everyone benefits and better looking neighborhoods will increase property values and need more tax revenue. There's a comparison in the reports about what happens with no heat under the licensing plan and under the RTA. That's irrelevant. The Landlord-Tenant Board says if there's no heat today, you have a problem today, call the municipality. Municipalities have bylaws for heat and other vital services. So that comparison is totally irrelevant. Yes, the tenant can go to the Landlord-Tenant Board for a reduction in rent after the effect, but right away they need to be able to contact somebody in the municipality to make sure that their concerns and bylaws are complied with. There's been a mention of some work that's sometimes done without building permits. I understand that's a concern. But is that not a concern in homes that are owner-occupied? Don't people put in bedrooms in their basement where they shouldn't? So should we license all residential properties? I don't think we need to do that to take care of these issues. We need to increase the enforcement, do proactive enforcement. We need more education for our tenants about their rights. And if we're talking about college students, that's very easy to do. But the education for a tenant's rights would help a lot of the issues, and tenants can then find the right avenue to do what they feel they have to. The real issue is a shortage of supply, and this licensing would make it worse. There would be fewer units available, and it would be harder to deal with this. On page 5 of the report, it says that rentals make up 12%, but are responsible 15% of bylaw calls. So 85% of the bylaw calls that come in are not with rental properties, they're about other properties. In closing, I'd like to just say who landlords are. Sometimes they're portrayed as evil people, but landlords are doctors, lawyers, dentists, your counselors, teachers, principals, and all sorts of people with good standing in our community. Don't cast them with a brush of being bad people all across. Thank you.
Thank you for supporting. If the audience will permit, there's questions from Councillor Elgar and Councillor Adams.
Sure.
I'd like to thank you for coming and speaking, but I'm just trying to make it clear that so what you're saying after the 10 minutes is that you support what Councillor Adams stated, that in fact if council votes on this is just to receive the report, it's basically nothing will happen? Did you understand that?
Yes, I did understand that,
Okay.
but I think there were some points here that maybe might not have come out in previous discussions, so I did want to do my presentation. And as an association, the Hamilton and District Apartment Association would welcome an opportunity to sit down with staff and discuss issues and provide any advice or guidance we can, any assistance.
I think everybody agrees it's maybe like using a hammer to kill a mosquito is what happened here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much for the discussion tonight. I don't want to prolong it greatly because I think there might be some others and we've got some other agenda items to deal with. But at the beginning or near the beginning, you spoke about the need to bring additional student housing on campus in the form of residences on campus. And over the last 10 years, I think we've managed to get one additional building, and it clearly isn't enough because we still have lots of students in basement apartments. And clearly a lot of those basement apartments don't meet code. There's a bunch of problems with them, and we can't get at them. I'd be very interested in taking you up on your offer to have your sense of how to go about getting that additional investment in proper student housing.
Yeah,
because that's an
that's
issue.
been an issue in all the university and college towns. the universities and colleges have expanded, but they haven't expanded their residences. And they've just pushed the students out into the city, and it's a problem, you know, not just here, it's a problem in Hamilton, in London, in Waterloo, in Thorold, all of these places where there are universities and colleges. The colleges, quite frankly, should be taking more responsibility, especially for some of the student behavior. Like some of these areas, the licensing has come in because there have been such bad behavior by students in Hamilton, in Thorold, in London last year. The wild parties, they've taken over the streets and basically terrorized local residents.
So we've got a few of those, but we also have many homeowners, landlords, who are willing to rent homes and rooms out of basements that they ought to know are not safe. How do you get them?
I think
How do you get at
basically,
that?
again, no tenant, whether it's a student or other, would want to rent the inferior of two apartments.
But they do.
They do because there are no other choices. That is the issue. Throughout Ontario, we've had very little purpose-built rental construction for 30, 40 years. Now, that's not something that's caused by the town here. It's not something the town can resolve. But all the municipalities should be going to Queen's Park and saying there is a rental housing issue, and Queen's Park is where this should be changed. And Queen's Park, instead of making it better, has made it worse even this year with some of the changes they made. So, you know, there's a lot of issues, but the problem in my view is that people go to Queen's Park elected on a 4-year mandate to build rental housing. You've got to invest for a period of 30 to 50 years. And they're looking at it in very short-term sense. Rent controls need to be modified so that there is more incentive to build rental housing. There's so much that needs to be done, but this does not help, this licensing does not help any of it.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for your information, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Knoll, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, thank you for your presentation. A couple quick questions. First of all, your organization, who are your members? Are in terms of I guess the type of members that you have, are they high-rise? Are they all
We've
sorts?
got all sorts. We've got some people who have just a house or a couple of houses, duplexes and so on.
Right.
But we do have some of the larger members who have high-rises. So it's quite a cross-section of membership.
Has your organization taken any position on encouraging your smaller single-family or small home type tenants or landlords to take heed to some of these concerns the municipalities are expressing and perhaps do something about it?
Yeah, our biggest efforts go into educating our membership about legislation, requirements of all sorts. We have educational seminars, we have dinner meetings, we have presentations, trade shows, we have a number of functions that we do. And on all of these, it's so, you know, we had one on human rights, we had one on bed bugs. It's education that we push, but we're not in a position to actually be forcing our members to do anything.
Right.
And so it's education we do.
But you provide counsel in the form of education to these landlords and prospective landlords, I assume?
Sorry?
You provide counsel in terms of how to properly operate their business?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We provide a draft lease and other documentation so that they're using a standard acceptable
Do you
form.
provide any form of mediation or any kind of services for people that may feel aggrieved under their landlord-tenant circumstances, or is that strictly governmental in your mind?
No, we don't get into that. There is the landlord-tenant board for either party to make an application for whatever reason, and where there are concerns about living standards, tenants do have the right to call in, whether it's the fire department, health department, bylaw. There are various, avenues for them to go to. Maybe it would help if they were better aware of those, but they do exist and they can use them.
Okay, moving to the issue about college and universities, you made an interesting point, and that is that schools should be taking more responsibility in their respective communities for these sorts of situations. Are you familiar with communities where that actually happens? Have you experienced that?
No, unfortunately, we've seen all of the colleges and universities sort of say, oh, once they're off our property, we can't do anything. But even if they can't actually do anything, they're supposed to be educators. They should be able to maybe educate their students about things that they should or shouldn't be doing. So I think they have a role to play, but it hasn't really been defined, and they haven't really stepped forward anywhere that I'm aware of.
Have you any experience with any of your members who may have actually worked with schools to try to find any kind of resolution to this?
No, there's been various meetings and so on with mainly McMaster in Hamilton, because that's where we're centered. But nothing really that has worked well or has really come forward. We're still working, and we'd like to sort of think of new ideas and work on the issue.
And last thing, would it be possible to circulate any information on the nature of your organization and the services that you do offer members, so we could pass it on to people that we may be aware of that are landlording in our respective wards?
Certainly, I can get that information sent in.
Because as Councillor Adams has expressed, Councillor Grant and I represent Ward 5, which is probably the second ward that has the largest impact by college tenancies. And I do know that there are a lot of landlords that may just not know their opportunities and their options to be able to be better landlords, and I'd like to be able to circulate whatever resource I can get my hands on. So if you could pass that on to us, that'd be great.
Yes, certainly, I'll get that taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Liz Pollock.
Welcome, Ms. Pollock.
Good evening.
Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I just want to clarify one question. When you talk about killing this bylaw, does that mean that it's done and we're done talking about it, or are we going to rejuvenate it and bring it back in another form?
It means it's done and we're not going to talk about it, although it looks like we're going to talk about it a lot tonight.
Well, there is a lot to talk about, and I did send something to council, so I don't have to go through the details, but I would like to, bring a couple points forward that I've heard from the presentation that was presented. It is cost prohibitive. Asking anyone to do floor plans and things like that is really not cost effective. But before I start talking, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Liz Pollock. I represent Century 21 Miller Brokerage. We are a brokerage of over 120 realtors, and I also represent in today's delegation our clients who are residents of Oakville as well as business owners, and they all have a stake in this bylaw that was proposed. Of course, we're against that because it is cost prohibitive. The cost will be passed on to landlords for unnecessary reasons. One theme that comes across is this irresponsible landlord who doesn't obey the existing bylaws and protections. I'd like to point out that anyone who belongs to the association that was just represented a second ago, or who uses realtor services, it tends to be a responsible landlord who obeys bylaws and regulations. And putting additional costs and punishments onto those people is totally unfair and unreasonable. So therefore, I would suggest incentives. Incentives help people come out of the woodwork, help all those people who rent basements to students come forward and look at their business operation in a different light. Incentives to homeowners who are renting their properties to others would be a much more efficient way of addressing our issues than punishing them with unnecessary fees. Because once we start taxing people, a lot of those good landlords who belong to associations and who use realtors to rent out their properties, they will go underground. Many of them will have to. Incentives would prevent that and actually would bring a lot of other people into the light and complying with various bylaws. Another point that came across was something about demerits point and suspensions for 6 months. I wondered how that would be placed into effect when the current tenants board doesn't allow that. So when someone loses license for 6 months of being able to rent to a potential tenant, what does that mean? Does it mean that the tenant would have to vacate the property? You can't do that under any law because there's an agreement in place and they have right to occupancy. So there were several points in the presentation of the bylaw that didn't make quite, they were contrary to the existing laws for the act.
That's why the bylaw is dead.
Yes, excellent. So thank you for your time. I'll stop right there. You've got my notes. So thank you very much for your time and for your.
Thank you for your information. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Bruce Williams.
Welcome, Mr. Williams. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bruce Williams. I'm a director on the Oakville-Milton District Real Estate Board. I have a letter that I'm going to read from the president. He apologizes he cannot be here. He's at an international conference in Chicago, but he has written a letter that I'd like to read. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council for giving us an opportunity to address this proposed bylaw. On behalf of the Oakville-Milton and District Real Estate Board, our members and their clients, we must state concern over the process followed to formulate this proposal. The board has been participating in stakeholder meetings for the sign bylaw, and we are disappointed that the town did not follow the same process in forming this proposal. Without a more extensive consultation process with stakeholders, such as members of the real estate industry, business owners, and landlords, how can the town properly deduce how this is going to affect the state of rentals in Oakville? The consultation with the Oakville-Milton and District Real Estate Board referred to in the staff report was not much more than an abbreviated conversation following our meeting with town reps regarding changes to the sign bylaw. To infer otherwise is an exaggeration. We suggest this far-reaching and impactful licensing proposal deserves much more than a 2-month consultation period. If the licensing bylaw passes, the cost and time needed to acquire the necessary approvals and licenses could cause a decrease in the supply of rental housing in a market that is already experiencing a shortage. This is not the time to reduce rentals. What will the impact be on rental rates? How much will the cost of rent increase as a direct result of the licensing requirements being forced on homeowners and landlords? Current landlords will be forced to either sell their investments or charge tenants steeper rent in order to recoup capital. Lastly, the town currently has specific bylaws in place to protect landlords and tenants. Why create a redundancy? How will this impact students, contract workers, and people who already cannot afford to own a home in our town? Will the rental market also become out of reach? We hope the town and council will consider taking a second look at the proposal and perhaps hold more involved consultations with those members of the public that this would greatly affect. Thank you for your time. Dennis Horton, President.
I just have one important question for you.
Yeah.
Councillor Adams is proposing that we kill it rather than have another consultation.
And I agree with Councillor Adams.
You might want to tell your president.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is David Baer.
Mr. Bear, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thanks so much. Most of this, I guess, can go in the trash now since the councilor has done what he's done. However, there's always the possibility of things coming back up. Nothing's ever dead forever, I think. So I would like to just a couple of points here, as opposed to just going fact by fact or other thing. From what I could gather from what the gentleman, I'm sorry I didn't get his name, but presented this whole sort of thing. From what I could hear from some of the councilors here, and again, this is just my opinion, it seems to me that council directed a committee to look at something, and that something, which was supposed to be narrow in direction, became rather large. I think somebody said something about a hammer on a mosquito or whatever. So I think that's an important point. It seems that there's something underlying here that you could, we're asking to get looked at. We've read stuff in the Oakville Beaver and such about vacant houses and the like. So that's a problem that still needs to be dealt with. But I'm very happy being just a single landlord with a young family that this happened. So if by chance this ever comes back, I think one of the things I would hope for is that you would spend a bit more time talking to landlords. This seems to be very, it just kind of came across as very tenant-oriented, and most of the stuff that people point out with far better fact maybe than I could put here, you know, tenants do have a lot of things that go on. I mean, if they have garbage outside the door, they're not adhering to parking. As a tenant, if you sign an agreement, or as a landlord, you sign the agreement, you can go over there and go over there and go over there, and it becomes a real hassle. But anyways, it just, I was going to say, it did seem to be very weighted towards the tenant side of things. And I also got that from looking at what you, I think, termed as the call board that was listed through oakville.ca. If you looked at a lot of the comments that were there, one of the things that I noticed was that out of 100, I don't know, so comments, I would say 95% of them were totally against that. And so I got to say, I'm really pleased and happy to see that council actually seems to have taken all that under consideration and has done what they've done. So anyways, I hope the problems that sort of stemmed this get looked at again, and you know, hopefully with a little bit more direction. And I had a bunch of other stuff to say, but I'm really happy for this because I have a mother and father of a young girl just started at White Oaks. We've had a great relationship. They've been there since 2009, and I'm not exaggerating. When I saw this, I had a meeting with him at the Tim Hortons at Trafalgar and Dundas, and I said, I won't mention his name, but I said, listen, I'm showing you all this stuff. He's quite a sharp guy too, and he was beside himself. And I said, I'm just telling you right now, if this goes through, I'm selling out. And I didn't want to do that to them. So I'm really happy about this. Anyways, I'll be the shortest guy here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your information. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Ron Shantz.
We'll applaud you.
Mina O'Sullivan.
Ms. O'Sullivan?
No.
Try another.
Stephen Timmings.
I agree with Councillor Adams' motion, and
Thank you.
Henry Ortiz.
Try another.
John Rattel. That's the end of our written.
I think he's here for this one.
Maybe. Would Pierce Lang be here for this item?
Mr. Lang, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Worship, councilors, nice to see you. I'm here actually representing the people that we're all supposed to be looking after here, that the tenants who are supposed to be looked after by their landlords. I'm going to speak to a personal experience of mine having rented in that Golden Briar area that Councillor Adams was speaking about after I graduated from Sheridan College a few years back. And we had an issue where we moved in after the apartment had been vacant for over 2 months, and the furniture hadn't been removed, and it hadn't been cleaned in that time. And when I went in to clean the apartment, I moved away one of the beds, and there was a complete shadow of this bed that was nothing but black mold. So I took bleach, and I used an entire bottle of bleach to clean out this apartment top to bottom. This was in August. And then come mid-September, to clean again, as you do frequently, we moved the cabinet away from the corner where we kept the television and all that, and there was more black mold. And there was more mold behind the fridge, there was more mold in the vents, there was mold everywhere. And now that sort of problem doesn't develop in the span of time that we were there in a month and a half. That's an underlying issue that wasn't dealt with. When we approached our landlord, we were told, oh no, just clean up, wipe it up, it'll be fine. So we took their word, we did the same. And then 3 weeks later, we said, look, the mold is back, you have a problem here. Not to mention the fact that the ceiling fan in the bathroom didn't work from the start, and we couldn't get that fixed either. Now, with all that in mind, we finally got the landlord to come in and deal with the problem. Their solution to the problem was to take a paint roller and go from 3 feet, waist level high, down to the ground, and just repaint that over the mold and not deal with the actual problem. And that's where this bylaw is supposed to be affecting. And my fear is that if it does get dropped and doesn't get looked at in the future, that these landlords, and not the good people that are in this room, who are of that 98 to 99% of the landlords out there, those people are going to be forgotten. These kids come to Sheridan and they're not as smart as I am. They don't, not that they're not as smart as me, let me take that back. They're not as accustomed to renting as I am. And I apologize for that because they're probably all smarter than me. But the fact of the matter is they come in, they move in August, and they leave in May. And Sheridan's not an easy place to go. You've got the greatest animation school in the entire world at our doorstep here. And these kids are in class all day, every day. And when I say all day, every day, I'm talking from a place of experience, having been a Sheridan student and having to work to pay the high rent here in town. And the problem is not all these people who are doing a good job, it's the people who are doing a bad job. And like I said, my fear is that those people who come in and they leave over the summer and they never come back because they were only here for a year or two and didn't have the time or the knowledge to go through and complain to the bylaw officers or the town or whoever is supposed to deal with it, and I'll get to that in a minute, don't do it because they don't have the time and they don't have the wherewithal or the knowledge to go about doing that. Now my fear is that if this gets dropped, it's left and those problems never get solved. And I'm terrified at that thought. Now, the other thing is, I think something has to be done about the schedule for the payments because that is a problem. I don't think that the people who are doing a good job and are renting properties where people aren't going to be taken advantage of should be paying the brunt of this. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your information. That completes the delegations, unless there's anyone else with new information for council. New or old? Well, anyway, come on up and share it, whatever it is.
I agree with Councillor Adams. I just wanted to say one thing.
Would you do it in front of the microphone? Otherwise, no one will hear you.
I agree with Councillor Adams. I just wanted to add one thing, and it may be completely impossible. It was just a thought came to my mind when you were asking the other gentleman about if they had any thoughts on how to work with the colleges to build additional student housing and such. And I don't know how feasible this is or not, and it's perhaps too late now at this point in time, but perhaps for the future. Is there some way that the town could perhaps tie in a percentage of student housing or something to when a building permit is required for additional building to be done at the college? Can it be tied to a demographic of where do the students come from, et cetera, et cetera?
If only the province were not immune to the municipalities. But thank you for the good try. Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, would you share your name with us, please?
My name is Terry Goman. Did
Thank
you
you
need my
very
address
much.
or anything? Or?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, the motion, we have another one? Do we have another volunteer?
make it quick.
Please introduce yourself and share it.
Okay, Roseanne Delapin, and after tonight's meeting, if you guys had gone ahead with it, I would have taken my rental property off. I would have sold it, and the lady sitting beside me, sorry, I'm breaking price, she would have sold too, because you know what? Landlords get painted with a horrible brush. The incident with the student, that landlord could be taken to the civil court and taken over. The mold issue could have been addressed that way. I don't want the council to paint everybody, every landlord, with a horrible brush. And I agree with the gentleman that said that landlords are good people. We are good people. I used to work in social services, and I know I rented my place. I didn't raise the rent for like 8 years. It was $1,300 to a woman with 4 kids. And that lady started working for a law office, took me to court. I had to hire a lawyer. She's left, and it's going to cost me $100,000 to get the house back the way it was. So you know what? Landlords are suffering too. And there are places for landlord and tenant issues, and that's a landlord and tenant board, and that's where those issues should be resolved, not with the town of Oakville. And I'm very proud of each and every one councillor here, because I think you're doing a good job, and I always love the decisions you make because they're good decisions to keep Oakville prosperous. Thank you. I'm not selling my property.
Thank you. Is that the last volunteer? Can we let her have the last word? You have the last word. I think that's a discussion. No?
I don't need the microphone. David, one question. When we're referring to a city of London, they brought in these policies. I challenge the people that bring the bylaws to maybe go to the city, talk to the students, talk to the city. I own property in London. I own a lot of rental property in London for students, and I am licensed. At least 3 of my properties are, that you don't need to be. And I can tell you, those issues that student brought up, they're still all over London. It hasn't resolved a thing. This bylaw would be the same thing. It would just cost us an awful lot of money. There's got to be other avenues to be addressed than to bring this up again, because London has it, it doesn't work, and we still have the same issues for students, and it's just costing that municipality an incredible amount of money for something that isn't going to work. So if we're going to challenge, bring that to the table again, I would suggest that we don't, or we do a little more research, because using London as an example is just crazy. It doesn't work.
Thank you. Let me try the question this way. Is there anybody else who'd like to keep delaying the killing of the bylaw? I'm going to find it to table. Councillor Adams, have you changed your mind?
No, I haven't changed my mind. But I did want to thank everybody who's joined us this evening, many of the speakers. I think we've had a very good discussion from several different points of view, and clearly council and the community has more work to do. Thanks.
That's fair. Shall I put to vote? Recorded vote, please. Like that's necessary. All those in favor, please signify by standing to be named. I'll just note that Councillor Hutchins can't vote because of his conflict. Councillor Lischina, Councillor Adams, Councillor Grant, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Lapworth, Councillor Elgar, Councillor Giddings, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Dudek, Councillor Robinson, Councillor O'Meara, and Mayor Burton. I declare the motion by Councillor Adams carried. Now, you're not going to believe this, but we have a ton more work, and we don't want to detain you, so I'm going to call a 3-minute bio break for council so that we can give you an opportunity to leave without disrupting the rest of the meeting. All right, I think we're ready. We're almost ready to resume here. All ashore are going ashore. Where did we lose Ralph? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling the meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody. And Council, I'd like your attention first to confidential item C1. And I'd like to know if one of you would be pleased to move the recommendation. Oh, we want to hear from Mr. Fung. That's not C1. So, I'm sorry. The clerk was just so eager to hear from you that she wanted to call you a little prematurely. You may have been called prematurely before, for all I know. Council, I need a motion for C1. Councilor O'Meara moves C1. All those in favor? And that carries. I believe I can now read that Council has authorized staff to proceed in the Ontario Municipal Board hearings in appeals related to applications filed by Dun Oak Developments, Inc., Bressa Developments Limited, Graydon Banning Limited, Martelac Estates, Inc., and Green Ginger Developments, Inc., in accordance with the report from the Legal Department dated October 23rd, 2017. And now, Council, I'd like to call your attention to item number 1. And before we hear from Mr. Fung, I wonder if we should hear from Mr. Sunderland. Just to get the staff reprised on the table for the public to understand what you might be responding to. Mr. Sunderland.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. The public meeting report on the town-initiated official plan amendment for the Spears Road Corridor study can be found on page 9 of tonight's agenda. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the official plan amendment for the Spears Road Corridor that has emerged from the Spears Road Corridor study and seek input and feedback from the public on the proposed amendment. No decision is being sought on the town-initiated official plan amendment this evening. The presentation tonight will walk you through the study chronology as well as the official plan amendment attached as Appendix A to the staff report. So why study the Spears Road Corridor? The need to study the Spears Road Corridor is identified in the Livable Oakville Plan, which was adopted by Council in 2009. The plan identifies Spears Road as a corridor and a special policy area that is to be studied to confirm long-term land uses and opportunities for suitable intensification. In May of 2015, the town's required 5-year official plan review was launched. As part of that review, the Spears Road Corridor study was identified to be undertaken, forming part of the town-wide employment and commercial review, which was item 2 on tonight's agenda. Throughout 2016, the employment and commercial review was underway, providing preliminary direction for the Spears Road Corridor. With this direction, the Spears Road Corridor study got started. In March of 2017, the Livable Oakville Subcommittee received the first staff report on the Spears Road Corridor Study. The report provided a detailed review of Spears Road, including a review of the policy documents and plans which may impact long-term planning for the corridor. The report provided directions to be considered as part of future policy development. In the summer of 2017, staff began preliminary consultations as part of the policy development phase and had discussions with business and property owners along the corridor, as well as town departments and councilors. In September of 2017, the Livable Oakville Council Subcommittee received its second report on the Spears Road Corridor, bringing forward draft policies. The subcommittee directed staff to consult with the public on the draft policies in coordination with the Employment and Commercial Review. 2 public information meetings were held on October 24th, 2017, and another information session prior to tonight's meeting to solicit public comment on the official plan amendment. Approximately 50 people attended the public information meeting held on October 24th, and another 15 attended the meeting this evening. Staff continue to seek public feedback on the official plan amendment at tonight's public meeting. At the outset of the Spears Road Corridor study, a study area was established which included the employment area generally bound by the railroad tracks to the north, Kerr Street to the east, the boundary between the existing employment area and the existing residential neighborhoods to the south, and Bronte Creek in the west. While this area was studied, the lands shown on this slide in the east end of the study area are not included within the official plan amendment for Spears Road, as they form part of the Kerr Village growth area, which is guided by a separate policy framework. As part of the review process, the study considered several policy documents and plans in relation to Spears Road, including the provincial, regional, and town planning documents listed here. A detailed review of these documents is provided in the staff reports provided throughout the study process and have helped to inform and direct policy development for the Spears Road corridor. One key study input worth specific mention is the town's newly adopted urban structure, adopted by Council in September of 2017. The urban structure sets out the official plan's foundation for growth and development related decision-making and directs where and how growth is to be accommodated while protecting the town's natural heritage, open space, and residential communities. The urban structure also sets out a framework for our employment areas. In regard to the Spears Road corridor, the urban structure identifies the Spears Road area as an employment area, as an employment mixed-use corridor, and as a regional transit priority corridor, which are highlighted on the map on the screen. These foundational elements are reflected in the official plan amendment being presented this evening. The official plan amendment is based on the report findings through the Spears Road corridor study, input from the Livable Oakville Council Subcommittee, emerging and recently approved policies and plans such as the town's urban structure and transportation-related policies and projects, and consultation with town departments and initial business and property owners. Staff note that refinements and further edits to the official plan amendment will be made in response to public comments received if warranted. The Spears Road corridor policies are drafted to be included within Section 26 of the Livable Oakville Plan, which is the special policy area section of the plan. The policies are formatted to include a goal statement and objectives, which are to be used to guide decision-making along the corridor. The development concept provides a broad vision for the corridor, as well as more refined concepts for 3 districts as seen on the slide. Some of the key distinctions between the 3 districts include: in the district between Bronte Creek to east of Third Line, will be the future home of the Bronte Go major transit station area, which will be subject to a future study and is contemplated to introduce residential uses. The location of the Bronte Go station is identified with a star on this slide. In the district between just east of Third Line and Fourth Line, a larger industrial presence is envisioned as currently provided for. And in the district between Fourth Line to just west of Kerr Street is a transitional area adjacent to the Kerr Village growth area, which contemplates a mix of arterial, commercial, and employment uses and appropriate uses which transition to the adjacent growth area. The policy framework also provides for functional policies, land use policies, implementation policies, which will be discussed on the next slides. The policy's goal statement is that Spears Road corridor will support the town's urban structure as an intensification corridor and transit priority corridor, which will be a multimodal, transit-supportive employment area where a wide range of and mix of business and economic activities can thrive. The objectives help to achieve this goal by recognizing the unique context of Spears Road and setting the stage to permit a wider range and mix of employment and commercial uses, supporting Spears Road as an intensification corridor by enabling conditions which will help encourage intensification opportunities, and supporting Spears Road as a regional transit priority corridor by setting a framework for the necessary transportation improvements to take place over time, with an emphasis on transit and active transportation. The OPA provides for functional policies, which are intended to guide how the functional aspects of the corridor and future development will work. With regard to transportation, the official plan amendment provides policies to help guide the evolving transportation needs for Spears Road, including its recognition as the regional transit priority corridor, which looks to increase the importance of transit, as well as protecting for future road improvements, including active transportation. In regard to parking, the OPA provides policies to help guide the provision of private parking, including the preferred location of parking at the rear and side of buildings, encouraging reduced or shared driveway access points from Spears Road onto private property, and encouraging shared parking areas between properties where this is possible. In regard to urban design, the OPA provides policies to help guide the design of new development, including ways to ensure new development is transit supportive, provides a compact built form, and is compatible with adjacent residential areas, including transitions of height, building separations, and landscaping. Policies are also proposed which indicate that additional design direction may be developed and incorporated into the town's urban design manual. In regard to accommodating intensification, the OPA provides policies to help guide the accommodation of additional employment growth, including encouraging land assembly to allow for comprehensive site design and development, minimum building heights of 2 stories for new development of certain uses, and encouraging increased employment densities in general. In regard to providing a minimum density, this policy implements a directive of the Provincial Growth Plan, which states that Halton Region is to assign minimum employment densities to employment areas in coordination with the town. The OPA provides land use policies which puts in place a framework to permit various uses along the corridor. The OPA would permit additional uses within each land use designation found along the corridor and allow for a mix of employment and commercial uses, including arterial commercial uses, which is a newly defined term proposed as part of the OPA. The additional use permissions are intended to reflect the types of commercial uses already found along Spears Road today and would be subject to a size threshold. Major retail uses, as defined by the Provincial Growth Plan, would continue to be prohibited. Arterial commercial uses are contemplated within the official plan policy context, are anticipated to be further refined as part of an implementing zoning bylaw to be brought forward at a future date. Lastly, the OPA provides implementation policies which puts in place a framework for implementing the vision and policies for the Spears Road corridor. Implementation policies include a new criteria to evaluate consent applications to ensure that land divisions don't preclude comprehensive site design, development, or restrict intensification from taking place. Phasing and transition policies recognize that development in accordance with this plan will occur over the long term. They also allow legal existing uses, allow reductions in the minimum building height for certain uses such as warehousing and manufacturing, allow a change in use, additions and expansions of existing buildings which are not subject to the minimum building height, and protect for the Bronte-Go major transit station area, which will be the subject of a future study. The OPA also intends to coordinate planning and development with other programs and initiatives, including linking land use policies with economic development strategies, community improvement plans for brownfield redevelopment, and further updates in consultation with Halton Region and the region's ongoing official plan review. 2 schedules within the Livable Oakville Plan are proposed to be updated to reflect the changes considered in the official plan amendment. It would add a special policy area boundary to the lands pertaining to Spears Road, which would indicate that there are additional policies applying to this area. The proposed changes within the Spears Road corridor as part of the employment and commercial review, which will be presented as item 2 tonight, is the land use designations on the south side of Spears Road between Bronte Road and 4th Line. The land use designation would change from office employment to business employment, intended to help direct major office uses to identified locations centered around key transit infrastructure. The land use change would also enable a broader range of permitted uses in the area. So this is the first map, and this is the second. As mentioned as part of the chronology section of the presentation, on October 24th, staff held the 2 public information meetings regarding the proposed OPA and began collecting feedback on the proposed policies. To date, staff have heard comments and inquiries regarding the timing of road improvements and widening that are already anticipated for Spears Road, how to encourage transit use beyond automobile use within the corridor, the study timing for the Bronte-Go major transit station area, expanding use permissions and the general support for this along the corridor, the contemplation of existing uses and some of the policy language that's used around may versus shall, building height considerations, as well as compatibility with residential areas to the south. And these are all areas or themed areas that we intend to further address as part of a final recommendation. The next steps. So tonight's meeting has introduced the official plan amendment for the Spears Road corridor that has emerged from the Spears Road corridor study. Staff recommend that comments from the public with respect to the town-initiated official plan amendment be received. Following the receipt of public input, staff will further refine the policies as necessary prior to bringing forward a finalized OPA for Council's consideration and approval, which is anticipated in early of 2018. So with that, say thank you and.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunderland. Councillor Duddick has questions, and as apparently does Councillor Robinson. But Councillor Duddick, ladies first.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the work you've done in regards to this. I know you've done an extensive consultation and taken the time to meet with various groups because, as we perfectly understand at the onset, there was considerable angst from a lot of the landowners in that corridor as to what the proposed changes were going to be entailing. I mentioned it before, and I wonder if there's an opportunity going forward, once we get past the recommendation meeting, to have a comprehensive, you know what I'm going to ask, some sort of a chart or something to indicate, because we've got engineering, we've got planning, we've got economic development, and because there's been various announcements and questions raised, some people don't know how one blends into the other and the timing of it for, you know, when they can expect to see those changes. So just leave that with you again. Thank you, Brad.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Sunderland. I'm going to be very brief because I believe that the constituent or the delegation will have his lawyer want to speak to us as well. Now, I understand that this is not a decision-making meeting. It's an information meeting. But as you're drafting your report for tonight, which you would have done following your public information meeting that you had previously on Spears Road, you elected to use the word may rather than will. And there's 2 substantial differences in those 2 words. They mean 2 different things. How did you decide to use the word may as opposed to will?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So some of the policy language that we did draft using the words may is very consistent with other areas of the plan where we consider may be permitted, which generally would look at, you know, the uses that are there today and permit them through an implementing zoning bylaw. But you're right, there is a consideration that we can look at these policies further to explore options for changing that language to shall, which is the more directive policy language, which would permit it. So that's one of the issues that we've looked at or that we've heard comments about. So we're going, as part of our recommendation report going forward, we'll be considering those comments as changing that language.
Do you agree then, Brad, that there's different meanings between the 2 words may and will?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a definite difference between the words may and will or shall. The language we use in the official plan is shall for more of a directive versus a maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, if there are no more council questions, let's turn to the audience. Madam Clerk, are there registered delegations?
that would be Simon Fung.
Mr. Fong, welcome back.
Thank you.
Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Simon Fung, and I'm a lawyer from O'Connor McLeod, and I'm here on behalf of a number of Spears Road property owners, and I think the easiest way to do this is for me to hand up a list, just for the record. Thank you. I have about 10 of these, if it's better. So just for the record, and I'm going to be very brief, I'm not going to dwell on this issue too much, but just for the record, I represent All Color Paint Limited, Bott Construction Limited, Bott Holdings Limited, Do It Developments, Oakville Stamping and Bending Limited, Tandit Management Inc., Vac Arrow International Inc., Valley Creek Inc., Western Regency Construction Inc., and William and Janice Mueller. My clients have reviewed this official plan amendment and have some concerns, or at least some areas of clarification needed for a number of these changes proposed. I'll just quickly go through the section. I know Councillor Robinson did address one of the bigger concerns, and that's with section 24.4.6 sub B sub I, and that's the existing uses provision. So it does say, and I'll read it again because I do have other concerns with it as well, but the uses and buildings that legally existed prior to the adoption of this plan may be permitted to continue. However, they are intended to be used and redeveloped in conformity with this plan. So as Councillor Robinson did address, the bigger concerns is that this provision is important because we have a lot of existing uses. That's the major concerns that my clients want to protect. And the may versus shall discussion is important to us. I mean, I think it goes without saying may is more permissive, whereas shall is more mandatory. And my clients find it important to have more mandatory meaning in the official plan and official plan amendments. The second issue is, and I'll read back again, it says, however, they are intended to be used and redeveloped in conformity with this plan. My clients are also concerned with this wording because I think there's some conflict here. I'm not really sure how it says existing buildings and uses are permitted to continue, but then it says the uses still are intended to be used in conformity with this plan. So I think there's a disconnect there, or at least I'm misunderstanding that. So I would definitely welcome some clarification on that. And also, finally, it says uses and buildings that legally existed prior to adoption of this plan. So I'm not sure what this plan means. Is it the adoption of Livable Oakville back in 2009? Is it adoption of this official plan amendment here today? So the special policy area, just some clarification on that is welcomed as well. And just to step away from that provision, another area of concern is with building heights. So that's section 24.4.4 sub D sub II. And it says that minimum building height shall be 2 stories and required at the time of property redevelopment. There's an exemption in section 26.4.6 sub B sub IV, which says that there's an exception if it does not preclude the long-term redevelopment of the property. Again, I'm not really sure what that means. Some clarification on that would be welcomed. And there are also things, just to round it out, there's some concerns with front yard parking and promoting reduced setbacks. For my clients on Spears Road, those are important issues because there are larger setbacks and there's a lot of front yard parking for their property currently. So I just would like some clarification on what the direction is from the town. And obviously I'm open to communicating and working with town staff on these issues. I expect that most of these can be addressed before we come back here today in, I guess, early 2018. So subject to those questions, or subject to my submissions, subject to any questions, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk? Is there another delegation? Are there other members of the public here with information for council on this item? Council, do you have a decision? Your decision is to receive the information. Councillor Chisholm, thank you for that. All those in favor? And the information is received. Item number 2. This is the same kind of thing, an information report, public meeting report. And if we give our attention to Duran Wetterbon, we will be edified, as will the people at home.
Ready? Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of council. This is item 2 of your agenda and is a town-initiated draft official plan amendment and policy directions to implement the findings from the Employment and Commercial Review. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce the draft amendment, policy directions, and obtain public comment. Before we move forward, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague Leslie Gill Woods, who's been working on the study with me. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview of the study findings from the Employment and Commercial Review, a summary of amendments and policy directions, hear what we've heard to date, and take a look at next steps. So let's jump in with a little bit of background. So the town's official plan review launched with a special public meeting in May of 2015. The Employment and Commercial Review is a major component of the town's official plan review work program and is intended to examine the town's employment and commercial lands from a high-level perspective to assist with proactively planning for employment and commercial growth to the year 2041. The objectives of the study were to confirm the ability of the town to meet projected land supply needs to 2041, assess the current employment and commercial land use designations and policies, identify lands that may be appropriate for employment land conversions, and provide for policy directions. The study was initiated late in 2014 and consists of 2 general phases. The first phase from 2015 to 2016 involved background research and technical analysis completed by Dillon Consulting. During this phase, a preliminary findings report was taken to the public in the summer of 2015 for consultation. Several meetings and workshops were held with the Liverpool-Oakville Council Subcommittee in the summer of 2016. The first phase culminated with a final technical background study in November of 2016 that was received by the Liverpool-Oakville Council Subcommittee. The second phase involves the development of policies and directions. During this phase, we had a critical milestone. The province released the updated growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe as part of the Coordinated Plans Review. The updated growth plan brought forward significant changes to employment area planning policies in the GGH, Greater Golden Horseshoe. Some of these include a new requirement for a regional employment strategy to determine minimum employment densities, new employment categories such as prime employment and office parks, and the uploading of the requirement to evaluate and improve conversion requests through a municipal comprehensive review from municipalities to upper and single tier municipalities. In preparing the draft amendments and directions to related studies, staff considered several factors, including the technical analysis completed by Dillon, which looked at macroeconomic and market trends and the town's employment and commercial land supply and demand. 23 policy directions and recommendations provided by Dillon, comments from internal and external stakeholders, and the updated growth plan. These considerations were all input into the draft amendment and directions for related studies. Based on the planning considerations, staff have summarized the findings into 6 emerging themes which are before you. These emerging themes can be addressed through 2 channels: the draft official plan amendment proposed to the Liverpool-Oakville plan, and policy directions for related studies to be undertaken through the town's official plan review. Now, it's important to note that with respect to the policy directions, staff are of the opinion that these matters should be reviewed and addressed in the context of the applicable area-specific studies, which will provide for more detail and consider all matters comprehensively beyond just employment and commercial lands. So, in the slides to follow, I'll be providing a brief overview of the themes to be addressed. Details of the amendment and policy directions can be found in the staff report and the attached appendices. From a general point of view, the study didn't identify any major structural deficiencies with the town's employment and commercial designations. Rather, it identified 2 key points: conformity with the updated growth plan in terms of policies and directions, and identifying issues and opportunities to be addressed within an area-specific context. So the first theme, which is pretty straightforward, protect employment lands. We all know the town has a finite supply of employment lands, and the town should look to preserve and protect strategically important lands for future opportunities. The town's existing conversion policy should be updated to reflect the growth plan in the Livable Oakville Plan and the North Oakville secondary plans. In addition, as mentioned previously, the town will have to work with the region in the completion of the employment strategy to ensure that the form and function of the town's employment areas are preserved and protected for future uses that align with the existing land use designation and the town's economic development strategy. Also note that there is direction for the function of the Spears Road corridor to be recognized, which Brad has discussed earlier. Second, prioritize major office uses. The technical analysis provided by Dylan noted that to attract and retain office investment, the town should aim to accommodate major office uses in areas with locational qualities and attributes such as proximity to transit, amenities, and services. In addition, it was noted that a new form of employment development in Ontario, innovation districts, are providing for an alternative to standalone office employment. And for context, I would advise that you think about some of the requirements through the Amazon RFP and some of the key tenets they were looking for with respect to mass transit, local retail, connectivity, community, and quality of life. So to implement, what we're proposing through the draft official plan amendment is to permit major office uses in the town's urban core and urban center designations, which are planned to be mixed-use areas with access to transit and amenities, examples being Midtown, Palermo, Uptown. Clarify the objective of the town's existing office employment land use designation, which I'll provide an example with a little later, and provide direction to examine opportunities where major office uses can be secured in a mixed-use context in nodes and corridors to create a policy framework where innovation districts could be facilitated. So, as I alluded to earlier, the town's office employment designation currently serves two functions in the existing OP. The office employment designation functions as a designation to support major office uses, and also a designation to buffer residential areas, and this is a conflict of objectives. So up top, right here, is the existing office employment designation, which really is buffering the residential to the north. The draft OP proposes to redesignate lands with an office employment designation that serves as a buffer to residential to business employment, which permits office uses but not at the same intensity as anticipated for major office, which is down here. The draft OP will also look at land use compatibility policies within these instances. Now, really the focus on major office is really a catalyst of the updated growth plan. It's a little funny, we were talking about shall and may earlier, but before you'll see the 2006 growth plan with respect to major office, noting that it should be located in these key areas. In the 2017 updated version, that language changes from should be to will be directed. In addition to that, the definition of major office has also changed with respect to the threshold being reduced. And for a little bit of context, the PwC building in Midtown, I believe, is about 14,500 square meters. Theme number 3, intensify employment and commercial uses. As the town approaches build-out of its greenfield lands, an increasing share of employment and commercial growth will have to be accommodated through intensification in the built-up area. The town will have to direct this growth to the appropriate areas that can support the compact form of development with transit and active transportation options, and services and amenities to support the workforce and consumer base as dictated in the growth plan. The town's existing urban structure directs intensification to its nodes and corridors, which are on existing or planned transit routes. Through this work, general policies have been provided, which will look to encourage the intensification of commercial and employment uses in appropriate areas with transit access, recognize that high employment densities exist outside of major office areas, and that these areas should be supported with services and amenities, think of Winston Park West, and provide direction to review minimum and maximum parking standards through a transportation discussion paper. Access to transit and parking was identified as a barrier to facilitate employment and commercial intensification in the study. 4, secure commercial development. The technical analysis identified a commercial shortfall in the town to the year 2041 and a retail deficiency in the northwest section. The study also notes that the flexible policy structure in the North Oakville secondary plans may not result in the provision of sufficient retail and commercial uses to support the community. Additionally, the development community in North Oakville has noted that there are challenges with the live, work, build form. Direction has been provided to examine opportunities to resolve the commercial and retail deficiencies to 2041, identified in the study, find opportunities to secure commercial development in North Oakville, and update the definition of complete communities, which in the updated growth plan now provides for a robust description which includes supporting opportunities for people of all ages and abilities to conveniently access most of the necessities of daily living, including mix of jobs, local stores, and services. 5, develop a monitoring program. The employment and commercial sectors are shifting. Whether it be the continued growth of the knowledge-based sector, the emergence of innovation districts, the emergence of e-commerce and e-retailing, the loss of major retail anchor tenants, and more intensive urban retail formats. These trends and changes will have an impact on how municipalities allocate space to provide for employment and commercial uses to support the development and maintenance of complete communities. To allow for proactive and dynamic policy development and decision-making, trends in the employment and retail market should be monitored. Direction is provided for the development of a comprehensive monitoring program that recognizes the evolving nature of these sectors. The report speaks to establishing indicators to support the evaluation of key objectives in the official plan, and also to work with our partners at the region and province in the development of tools, methods, and indicators that will influence the development and evaluation of land use policies. And finally, 6, harmonize employment area policies town-wide. The town has 2 land use plans which have vastly different policy structures. The Employment Framework in Livable Oakville has 4 designations: employment, business, commercial, and office employment, which define the objectives and range of permitted uses in the employment framework. The framework in North Oakville provides for 1 employment designation, employment district, which has a broad range of permissions applicable across the entire secondary planning area. Directions provided that the 2 policy structures should be harmonized to allow for succinct and consistent planning of employment areas north and south of Dundas Street. By implementing the Livable Oakville employment designations in North Oakville, a clear hierarchy of employment uses will be established that will be consistent with the growth plan employment area policies. And finally, as noted at the beginning of the presentation, one of the study objectives is to determine the appropriateness of conversion requests. Conversion of employment lands to non-employment uses may be considered through a municipal comprehensive review in accordance with the growth plan. In addition, Halton Region has an employment overlay which protects employment lands. As such, to convert lands from employment to non-employment uses, a regional official plan amendment is required and a local official plan amendment. Through the employment and commercial review, the town solicited requests for conversions of employment lands to non-employment uses and received approximately 20 requests. These requests fell into 3 categories: employment to employment, which would require a regional official plan amendment and a local official plan amendment; employment to employment, which would require a local official plan amendment; and removal from the regional overlay, which would require a regional official plan amendment. During the study, as noted, the updated growth plan was a relief, shifting the responsibility of municipal comprehensive reviews for conversion requests. As such, the town has reviewed the conversion requests received, and where staff support the conversion and a ROPO is required, staff would seek council approval for the requests to be forwarded to the region for consideration. Of the 20 requests, staff are preliminary supporting 1 true conversion, which would require a local and regional official plan amendment, 2 employment to employment conversions, which would require a local official plan amendment, and 2 removal from the regional employment overlay. So what have we heard? 2 public sessions were held in on September 24th, 2017, through a joint meeting with the Spears Road Corridor Study. Approximately 50 people were in attendance. Some general points that we heard were a better understanding of the office employment to business employment change, inquiries about intensification of commercial sites, and a discussion about individual conversion requests. Several formal letters have also been received by the town clerk. The comments raised through the public session and correspondence received will be considered through the recommendation report, in addition to the feedback received tonight. In conclusion, Staff is not seeking a decision tonight. Staff are seeking the comments regarding the draft OPA be received and policy directions for related studies also be received. After tonight's meeting, staff will review and address the comments and correspondence. We hope to bring back a recommendation report in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wedderburn. Councillor, the questions? Councillor Elger.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, in our report, you've got the 20 proposals where there's been a request for land conversion, okay?
Correct.
Just quickly, if I look at number 12, Dorham, northeast corner of Burnhamthorpe and Naigawa, it is existing its employment district. Now you're saying Naigawa urban core, you're going to study it. What do you mean by just urban core?
One of the land use designations within the North Oakville secondary plans is urban core, and there is a Naigawa urban core. Through the urban structure review, that area was identified for an area of future study to look at the distribution of land uses.
So today, right now, it is employment.
Correct.
And we're looking at switching it to?
There's been no decisions in terms of switching it. Rather, it's just an evaluation of how that node in terms of the existing area has been developed, because it is 4 quadrants and one of the quadrants is showing us employment. So we want to take a closer look at the land uses in that area, but no decisions have been made at this time.
Okay, good. That's my only concern is when we're doing this, we're leaving it open to switch, get rid of employment. And I read through the report of how important employment is, and yet all of a sudden it looks like the door's opening to blow away the employment and put in something different. I'm worried about that type of wording, that's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would also note that any potential conversions would require the evaluation based on the conversion requests and a local official plan amendment and a regional official plan amendment to remove those lands from the current employment designation and employment overlay in Halton Region.
So we're not saying right now we're going to go to Halton Region. You're going to bring back a report to us, because there's another one, Star Oak, number 9, where it's employment district, and it looks like we're going to medium and high density, and we're going to do further study. It's when I see it going from employment that worries me.
So I will, through you again, Mr. Mayor, I will note that what you're seeing before you are requests for conversions. So within the appendix of the report, there's a detailed analysis with respect to the town did evaluate those lands, and they were denied for conversion explicitly, but there was some direction to review them within the fulsome nature of the North Oakville secondary plan review, being a more comprehensive study that looked at the balance of land uses across the entire North Oakville area. So those conversion requests were initially denied through this report, but there is an opportunity to look at broadening the range of existing uses, not necessarily converting the lands.
Okay, because a lot of them you have not supported, which is
Yes,
good, but
yes.
there seems to be an awful lot that are further study, which makes me think perhaps it'll turn into more residential without the employment, which is what we're looking for.
Yeah, no, that's not the intent. The larger overarching objectives and findings from this report is that the town needs to protect its employment lands, and specifically for North Oakville, we haven't experienced significant employment lands at this time, so it's very premature to start thinking about converting the lands.
Thank you. I like to hear that. Thanks very much.
Any others? Madam Clerk, I understand we have registered delegations. Would you call them? Pardon? We don't. We don't. Well then, are there any members of the public with information for council? Would you please come down, identify yourself, and share your information? And forgive me if I ask you to talk into the microphone.
Sure. Is that loud enough? Can you hear me? It is. Yeah. My name is Mike Moffat. I spoke about a year and a half ago very briefly to council in regards to a small business enclave that's been in existence in Oakville for quite some time. And that area is bounded by Reynolds, Cornwall, Trafalgar, and Englehart Street North. The reason I'm speaking to this is part of it, I'm hopefully after speaking to the gentleman that did the planning seminar here, that it will be included in the Mid-Core Hub review. I believe it's been somewhat forgotten, and it really is a little nugget of gold that can be utilized in the future for being very close to the GO train and, you know, economic and ecological footprints being helped out here. Many, many reasons for it, but I just want to go on record that I would like to see that studied, and I would like to mention again, like I say, I mentioned this a year and a half ago. It's in this report that I did mention it, and I think there's a enormous opportunity being missed here. And just to make sure that I've spoken to most of the people north of Englehart Street who are really interested in change and variable change in height restrictions, to mention one, and to beautify the area and take advantage of all the possibilities that can go into basically the gateway into Oakville. And we're being included in the residential part. And technically, from my perspective, it's a long-standing business community that's been expropriated over the years and shrunk. But it's technically a business area, so it should be in the Mid-Core Hub review because it fits in perfectly with what this plan is trying to do. So hopefully that makes sense. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chisholm.
Hi, Mike, long time.
Yeah,
No
how
see.
you doing, Ray?
How are you doing?
Good, I still got scars from
Well, we'll
years
talk
ago,
about
but-
that offline. Mike, you mentioned you've talked to the Englehart residents. Is it the residents or the business you've talked, because they separated the road?
Yeah.
Are you
It's-
talking south or north?
North.
Okay,
more or
so-
less, not the south side.
Okay, so-
That's totally different area, yeah.
I understand that, but it's very close in proximity, so.
Yeah.
So the discussion is, when you asked those questions, they were more of the business side rather than the resident side, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, I concentrated only on the business side and just to see if there was any interest in how they felt and what the area was all about and what they were doing. And people in general, not all of them, but I would say the majority of them are interested in some sort of improvement in the area and bylaw relief and regulations. So, you know, height restrictions and you know, there's lots. My understanding is they're going to, you know, change the GO train to accommodate the other side at some point. There's going to be a lot of changes in the area. There's the Ontario Municipal Board or whatever they call it. You know, they're asking for vertical development close to GO train areas, and I think we're the second busiest next to Union Station. I think we've got a wonderful opportunity in a small enclave to make a major impact if other people get involved and really look at this area. You've got contaminated lands in this enclave as well, right on Trafalgar Road at Englehart Street North, which is basically sitting there not doing anything. So even road designation can change here as well. I know, and from talking to different people in the planning department, you know, there's lots of concerns with that Englehart Street North and the way it comes out onto Cornwall and things like that. So it's something I think if we look at it long term, we've got a real opportunity to discuss this and look at the people in the area and talk to the people in the area and see if there's other people that want to take on the role of maybe putting a proposal to make some changes in the area. Now, what those proposals are, it's far beyond my capabilities, but I think it's something that should be at least looked at and not forgotten, because we're along, that whole area is business. It's not residential, as far as I'm concerned, on the north side, right? Not south side is definitely residential. So hopefully that makes sense, and yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time to bring your information.
You're welcome.
I saw another hand down in front. Yes, sir. Mr. Fay, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is David Fay. I'm here tonight on behalf of Melrose Investments, specifically with respect to Melrose Business Park, which, as you may know, is located on the South Service Road, east of the Riocan Burloak Centre, and extends from the South Service Road down to the railway tracks on the west side of McPherson Road. The lands are designated business employment in the official plan. That permits office uses as well as various other industrial type uses, employment type uses. It's also zoned in the same business employment terminology, and that also implements the uses the official plan permits, including office uses. So my client is currently negotiating with a prospective office user for an office building in Melrose Business Park. You may be aware that Phase 1 was site plan approved several years ago. The first building as part of that site plan approval is under construction now, immediately to the east of the Home Depot store. And the area being considered for a prestige office development is just to the east of the industrial building currently under construction. This is a location that has excellent exposure to the QEW corridor. It's got ready access to retail and service commercial uses in the Riocan Center, and there is existing transit serving that center, which could be extended to this location for the office use. So the size of the office building being proposed in the range of 200,000 square feet meets the major office criteria, in my opinion. The Employment and Commercial Review Draft Official Plan Amendment should include Melrose Business Park as a location for major office. Currently, it does not. So this situation could be remedied by including major office as a permitted use in the Melrose Business Park business employment designation. My request to you and to staff this evening is to give that consideration. The negotiations with the prospective user are serious negotiations, and the location is very appropriate for the office use which they are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Councillor Elgar.
2003 to 2006, was that not office at that time, the zoning on that property? And it got switched to pave the parking lot with the Home Depot and the other buildings?
Now, this property I'm speaking of, Your Worship, through to the councillor, is immediately to the east of the Riocan Center. So
Okay,
it
so
always has been employment.
It always had employment, it didn't have office, which is what Riocan
No,
had.
it has, it's employment and it has office use. Over a period of time, this major office definition has been put into the official plan. Currently in your official plan, this major office designation says anything 10,000 square meters and over is considered major office. As staff pointed out this evening, that definition is being downgraded to 4,000 square meters, and that's lowering the threshold for office development in Melrose Business Park. We're asking that that major office designation, which now is being promoted in the official plan, be permitted in Melrose Business Park. So it always did have office uses. It's the major office distinction that's being drawn that causes us the problem.
Can you give me an example? How many stories would that be? Ballpark.
That could, 200,000 could be 8 to 10 stories. There's no height limit on the property. To give you an example of what 4,000 square meters, something close to that, represents, if you're familiar with the two Melrose office buildings on Cornwall Road,
Yeah.
they are approximately 30,000 square feet each. Now, I think anybody would say those don't represent a major office building. They're only 2 stories in height, and they're around 30,000 square feet, as I said. So I take exception with the 4,000 meter limitation with respect to major office. It seems totally out of character with what major office is intended to be, yet it's what the growth plan has promoted as major office definition. Your staff is picking up that definition and incorporating into the official plan amendment. That causes problems for Melrose Business Park.
I got it. Okay, well, I appreciate your coming forward, and I'm sure staff is going to look at that also.
I have provided a letter to Commissioner Closey on the matter, and I'm hopeful that there'll be a favorable response.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey, for your information and for clearing up the confusion.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public with information for council? Yes, sir. Please come up, identify yourself, and share your information.
Your Worship, Council, my name is Helmuth Strobel. I'm here in respect to request number 3, which was one of the 20 requests that the town had heard. The location is Dundas Street and 9th Line. And in respect to the property between Agram at the northeast corner, as well as the drive-in theater to the south. We had requested that part of our lands, we have 33 acres there, we requested that 12.9 acres be converted from employment to core commercial. The reason we did that was, if you're familiar with that intersection, there's a temple being built on 9th Line on the west side, just south of Dundas. And there's a full moves intersection going in at the temple. And the logical place for that road to go into our property is directly east at that full moves intersection. So we requested that the land to the north be converted to core commercial, which is similar to the Agram property, and a small strip to the south of that road also be converted to core commercial as what they would call a double loaded road feature when you drive into that business park, that you would see similar development on both sides. The town has recommended an alternative back to us, which is the north part of that land be converted to business commercial, but they did not address the land to the south, which I'm assuming means no. I would like to propose an alternative to the town in regard to those lands, and that is we convert the north part of that land to core commercial, but the south part to business commercial. The reason we're asking for the higher density is that we have found through our business investigation sustainability for these commercial cores have to be a large enough size to make them viable over the long run. Over the last number of years, we had some negotiations with Lowe's, the home improvement people, and they wanted to locate on that property at the corner, but they found they did not have enough land to take their full-size reno, I guess, building on that property. And so they ended up actually nixing the deal at the end of the day, and because there was not enough core commercial. And we also found that if you look at the core commercial on the other side of Dundas, on the east side of the 403, you'll see significant core commercial supporting the employment lands to the south. Now, we're looking at keeping most of our lands as employment lands, and we're hoping that down the road we'll be able to combine with the drive-in theater to develop quite a large business park there. We're looking at a high-tech business park, but we're also asking for we think more core commercial if the town would consider it. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much for your information. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Council, it's time to make a decision to receive the information. Jeff Knoll, Councillor Knoll, all in favor? And the information is received. Thank you, everybody. The next item is the recommendation report for Club Link Corporation and Club Link Holdings proposed draft plan of subdivision for 1333 Dorval Drive, otherwise known as the Glen Abbey Golf Course. And if you give your attention to Mr. Paul Barrett, he will summarize for the public and those at home what council has already given study to. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The purpose of this meeting is to bring back the plan of subdivision application submitted by Club Link in accordance with the resolution adopted at the September 27th Planning and Development Council meeting. The report can be found on page 157 to 876 of tonight's agenda. On November 10th of 2016, Club Link submitted materials in support of applications for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision to redevelop the property at 1333 Dorval Drive, known as the Glen Abbey Golf Course. As council is aware, in a staff report dated September 12th of this year, staff recommended refusal of the development applications as they do not represent good planning and are not consistent or in conformity with applicable provincial, regional, and town policy, and approval of the applications would not be in the public interest. Since the public meeting for the draft plan of subdivision was also held at the September 26th and 27th council meeting, council adopted a resolution that referred the plan of subdivision application together with the report from planning services and the written submissions received relating to the application and the oral submissions related to the application made at the public meeting for consideration and decision to the Planning and Development Council meeting tonight. This approach is consistent with Section 51 of the Planning Act, which requires at least 14 days from when a public meeting is held before a decision can be made by an approval authority for a plan of subdivision application. The staff report dated September 12, 2017, together with public comments received as of the date of that report, are appended to the staff report as Appendix A. All subsequent written submissions received as of the date of the staff report are appended as Appendix B. Based on the foregoing, Your Worship, Council could consider passing the following resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Council, do you have questions? Council, we have no registered delegations. I'll poll the audience. Are there members of the audience, members of the public with information for council on this file? Seeing none, I'll turn to you. Councillor Elgar.
Yeah, I would move the staff recommendation before us.
Discussion? All in favor? And the motion is carried. Now, the motion, I just want to read it in full for the record, differs slightly from an early version of the agenda. Part one is that the application for a plan of subdivision by Club Link Corporation and Club Link Holdings respecting 1333 Dorval Drive be refused, and two, we have a new clause that in making its decision, Council has fully considered all of the written and oral submissions relating to the applications that have been received, both those in support of and those in opposition to the application. Thank you, everyone. I now need you to turn your attention to the recommendation report for the draft plan of condominium for Randall Rose Homes at 300 Randall Street. And if you'll give your attention to Lee Musson, she will summarize for the public the matter that Council is prepared for. Councillor Giddings.
Unless my council colleagues have any request to see this, I think the report's fairly clear and I have no difficulty moving the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a member of council who would like a presentation, or are you satisfied with your report? Shall I put the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Lee? I hope the rest of the meeting was worth the trip. So, Council, I need to ask you to turn your attention to item number 6, the evaluation of redevelopment potential of 1020, 1042 6th line, And we have a presentation from Charles McConnell. Also, before Mr. McConnell begins, I need a motion to continue past the hour. Councillor Knoll, all in favor? And that's carried. Mr. McConnell.
All right, good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. The report dealing with the redevelopment opportunities on the Dunbar lands can be found on page 961 of tonight's agenda. So by way of background, you may recall that this council at the March 20th, 2017 Planning and Development Council meeting considered the Dunbar application, wherein council refused the application as it was submitted, but also adopted item number 3 that is before you on this slide. Council should be advised that the application has been appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, and a pre-hearing has been scheduled for November 14th of this year. However, in response to the resolution number 3, the applicant has worked collaboratively with town staff in consultation with the public to determine what redevelopment opportunities might exist for these lands. So again, just by way of some background, this slide indicates the location of the subject lands at the south end of 6th Line, just north of the QEW and east of the 16 Mile Creek Valley system. The photo on the right reflects the driveway entrance to 1042 6th Line, being a listed heritage property. This slide illustrates the original development proposal that was refused by council. This proposal contemplated a total of 81 new townhouse units, 75 being row townhouse units and 6 being back-to-back townhouse units. It also contemplated the retention of the 2 existing dwellings that exist on the property by virtue of the yellow arrows, and access onto Sunnycrest Lane by virtue of the yellow star. So the applicant applied for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment application to facilitate this development, as reflected by the details in the slide in front of you. A number of issues were raised in the planning staff report that staff had brought forward, as highlighted on this slide, that resulted in the recommendation to refuse the application. There were a number of both policy and technical issues at that time that were identified. So in response to the March 20th resolution from council, staff facilitated 3 meetings with area residents and the applicant. Those were held on June 15th, September 28th, and October 5th of this year. The June 15th meeting allowed town staff the opportunity to review the development application as refused by council, and to provide the opportunity to better understand the concerns and issues from the affected members of the public. This slide summarizes the general issues that were raised, wherein there's a full listing of the issues that can be found in Appendix A of tonight's staff report, as found on page 974. The principal issues, however, that staff heard dealt with adherence to the current official plan and zoning permissions afforded on this site, how noise from the highway may worsen in the area due to the development of these lands, a worsening of the traffic congestion in the area, and the environmental impacts from development of this site. The second meeting, held on September 28th, allowed the developer to present what is referred to as a bubble diagram, as indicated before you. This is a schematic illustration in response to the issues identified at the previous meeting. This diagram identifies opportunities and constraints affecting redevelopment, such as protection of the top of bank and associated buffer area of the 16 Mile Creek, incorporation of a buffer strip along 6th Line for the purpose of creating an effective buffer or transition between existing development on the east side and new development on this property, protection of the tree driveway or the alley at 1042 6th Line with increased building setbacks, protection of the existing ginkgo tree that has been located in the area around the listed heritage building, appropriate development interface with Sunnycrest Lane, which is a private lane to the north, and the possibility of the retention of the two existing dwellings that exist within the top of bank and the buffer along the 16-Mile Creek Valley. Lastly, at the October 5th meeting, the applicant then refined the bubble diagram and produced this draft concept plan, which comprises of the following elements: a total of 96 units, 67 of which or 65, which would be townhouses, 2 semi-detached units, and the 2 existing detached dwellings, single access via a private lane from 6th line, protection of the treed driveway, delineation of what the applicant has identified as the top of bank and a 15-meter buffer, the introduction of an open space or buffer area along the west side of 6th line, south of the site entrance, removal of the connection to Sunnycrest Lane, and protection of a number of tableland trees and the introduction of new tree plantings into the site. I should state that the plan represents the applicant's interpretation of the redevelopment opportunities in response to the issues raised at the 2 preceding resident meetings. So based on the public consultation that took place and staff's further review of the subject lands, a number of factors were taken into consideration that could impact the redevelopment opportunities of these lands, namely the relatively small size of the special policy area as currently defined in the Livable Oakville Plan, the relatively isolated context of these lands, given their proximity to the QEW, the 16-Mile Valley, the Morrison Creek diversion channel, and 6th line itself, the proximity of these lands situated on the edge of a community, the relatively close proximity to the Midtown growth area and the GO station, that the fact that these lands have remained underutilized and underdeveloped, and the opportunity for further research and protection of the listed built heritage features and the potential cultural heritage landscape features that exist on this site, and the further delineation and protection of the natural heritage system, being the 16-Mile Valley. Also, the fact that there were no identified noise or traffic problems or concerns associated with the redevelopment of these lands, and the opportunity for these lands to develop under the medium-density residential designation, subject to the physical constraints of the property being protected and maintaining the character of the area. So based on these considerations, a number of matters or principles have been identified that could be applied to the redevelopment of the site as outlined in this slide. Those include the continuous buffer strip along 6th line, the protection of the treed driveway or the allée, removal of the driveway from the buffer area as shown on their concept plan, additional consultation with Conservation Halton and the region, particularly with regards to the environmental issues, the appropriate interface with Sunnycrest Lane, dealing with the heritage matters related to 1042 6th line, and dealing appropriately with the existing dwellings along the top of bank. It should be noted, however, that many of these technical issues remain to be unresolved at this point in time, and the final resolution of these issues would further impact the redevelopment opportunities for these lands. I would reiterate that the concept plan as submitted by the applicant is only preliminary at this time and has not been endorsed by staff. So, Your Worship, in conclusion, town planning staff have responded to the March 20th resolution as presented tonight and would therefore recommend that this staff report be received.
Thank you very much, Mr. McConnell. Questions? Councillor Knoll?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. McConnell. And first of all, thank you to you and your team for the extraordinary amount of time you've taken on this file. In addition to the 3 meetings, you also supported the other meetings that were held prior to that. So there's been a total of, I believe, 5 or 6 meetings total. So it's a pretty heavily meted event. I want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, you say, number 1, could you clarify how many units that, you said 96. I don't believe that's the correct number.
69 units.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that.
In your list, can you go back one slide? to matters to be addressed. Okay, so a couple things here. First of all, what does interface with Sunnycrest Lane mean? I understood that the position of the staff, as well as the most recent iteration of the proposal and the residents' wishes, is there be no interface with Sunnycrest Lane. So could you explain what's still outstanding on that particular issue?
Certainly. So originally, the original application did show a connection through to Sunnycrest Lane. We had certainly heard loud and clear from the residents that it was not desirous to see any physical connection, any vehicular or pedestrian access, for that matter, through to Sunnycrest Lane. So what this is referring to is that we would look for the appropriate type of connectivity, let's say, to Sunnycrest Lane that would eliminate any vehicular or pedestrian access, and how the built form would actually butt up against that property line. So there'd be a proper buffer. There is some vegetation that exists along that was identified as being very valuable and important. So we would ensure that that landscaping is protected, and that there be an appropriate setback and buffer to protect for that, and allow for any emergency EMS access to the end of those units, so that they could exit from the site without interfering with Sunnycrest Lane.
But you're not suggesting in any way whatsoever that you would recommend an interface, an actual ability to traverse from one street to the other, correct?
Yeah, there'd be no connection whatsoever.
Okay, that's great. Additional consultation with Conservation Halton and the region. Have you had any feedback from Conservation Halton? Because I do think that's the elephant in the corner in this particular proposal, or this particular file.
No, we
it's
haven't
one piece of
received-
input we haven't seen, and it's pretty important.
Yes, absolutely. We haven't received, through your worship, we haven't received any formal correspondence as of yet. We've been dialoguing with them. We haven't seen their formal comments at this point in time.
So when you say, earlier you referenced the fact that even though it's not actually a proposal right now, I believe it's their suggested alternative. You said 69 units, correct?
That's correct.
But that's without advice from Conservation Halton.
That's correct.
So that could potentially reduce the number of units, the yield on that particular proposal based on your principles.
It could, in theory, depending where the actual geotechnical and stable top of bank is defined and delineated. Then there's the 15-meter buffer from that. So depending on how that plays itself out would define what the resulting tableland would be.
Okay. I've just lost my train of thought. I'm going to defer to somebody else, because I've just totally lost my train of thought for a moment. I'm going to rethink my thoughts and let go to another council.
It's all right, we have a lineup. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions, but I'm only going to ask a couple at the beginning, because I want to hear, I think there's some delegations I was told by the clerk tonight, so I want to hear what they have to say. But I'm personally having a lot of trouble reading and understanding the difference between the two reports we have. The one that was dated March the 7th that came to council on March the 20th, and I'll read you the paragraph that I'm concerned about. It's just one of the many things, but it says, the proposed zoning does not implement the objectives and policies of the Livable Oakville Plan, as it would provide for a built form and density that would not protect or maintain the existing character of the stable residential neighborhood. The intent of Livable Oakville was to ensure appropriate intensification protects and maintains the existing neighborhood character. That's a pretty strong statement made by staff. And I respect that, because I know that in the mayor's State of the Town address, we are committed to stable residential neighborhoods. This zoning, the RL1 that we're looking at blowing away into a medium density at the very least, going from, and the special policy area also, which it sounded like, if people read it and didn't understand, special policy sounds like, well, it's special in this area, it's 10 units per hectare. That RL special policy zoning already exists south of the QEW also. So it's not something just unique to this area. And being a small area on the border, like, I'm having a real problem. That is a 25-acre RL1 from what I understand, from what the staff report said. 10 hectares is 24.527 acres. So I'm really having trouble understanding how we haven't really changed anything here from what is being proposed, and yet all of a sudden it looks like we don't look like we have much of a problem, according to the latest staff report. We're going from 81, the old report was going to 81 townhouses, plus the 2 detached. Now we're going to 69, which is 65 townhouses, 2 semi-detached, and keep the 2 existing houses. On a per units per hectare, we're a heck of a lot more than 10 units per hectare. Like, it seems like that site might fit 12 houses, but 12 compared to 69. And this is just one of the questions, but can you help me understand why we got 2 reports which are totally different that staff are considering?
Certainly, through you, Your Worship, the comment that you had quoted was with respect to the original development application. So in its totality, in our assessment of that application as submitted, those were the appropriate and the applicable comments that were made. The direction from this council was for staff to go back and to consider the redevelopment opportunities that did exist that could potentially result in an appropriate level of redevelopment of this site. So we certainly did that. As you can see, we held 3 meetings with the area residents and identified what the opportunities could be for an appropriate level of redevelopment of this site. And I should bear in mind, with regards to the 69 units, that is based on the applicant's draft concept plan that has not been fully vetted or evaluated based on the principles that have been put forward. So it could be, from a numeric perspective, could be something less than that.
So the RL1
to
zoning is 10, it is, am I correct, it is 10 units per hectare with that site-specific on top of it?
The special policy area policies in place in the current official plan is an overlay over the low-density residential designation that does establish a maximum, up to a maximum of 10 units per hectare.
Okay.
That's the current policy
That's
context.
the way I was reading it too. So not something that's really special in that particular area at all.
Though that's the current policy framework in place on those lands.
For all, is that true for our RL1 lands?
Well, RL1 is underlying zoning.
Yes.
So if you're referring to the official plan designation of low-density residential, that's up to 29 units per site hectare.
But if I go south of the QEW for RL1, does it have the same special policy of 10 units per hectare?
Yeah, if you're referring
It
to
does,
similar special policy areas,
Thank you.
it's the same policy context.
Thank you. I have a lot more questions, but I'd like to hear from delegations also. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Dudek.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Along the same vein as my colleague, Councillor Elgar, my understanding was, and again, I appreciate the fact that staff have not come to a decision regarding the proposal that's been submitted at this point as a result of the discussions that took place. RL1, to me, is I wouldn't want to say extinct, but you don't get them ever again. Once they're gone, they're gone. It's sort of like heritage properties, to my way of thinking. If you sort of go past that point and you start developing on them, the whole purpose of them was in our official plan to preserve them as much as possible, given the fact they are unique and they have the larger lots that are well situated. And I'm looking at the special policy area under the Livable Oakville plan that was designed to protect the character of the area by preserving the pattern of large lots. And that speaks to the comment from Councillor Elgar. So I'm, regardless of whether these proposals, for me, I mean, I would not even consider, going from anything. Thank you.
I guess that's not really a question.
No, it isn't.
Planning Director Simeoni.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to the councillors who've both spoken, I just wanted to reiterate again, and you've acknowledged it, so please allow me to to say this. This is not we're not responding to an application, we're responding to the resolution of council, and we have not pegged a unit count. We simply have identified the issues that we feel are in play. The proposal that you see is something that was evolved by the applicant, independent of the resolution. The resolution says we should work with the applicant as well as the community and come up with what we think the appropriate elements are. I can tell you that we feel we've nailed the issues that are present on the site should council see an opportunity to redevelop it. We see that in addition to unit counts and units per hectare, the preservation of the transition between the lots between on the other side of 6th Line, the lots to the north, those are all factored into our decision. They haven't responded to that, at least in my view, in the drawing you see tonight. They've taken the bubble diagram and placed units where they're not as constraints, but there are a host of technical issues that remain to be resolved. And so what we've done is put the brackets on what we think can work in the absence of weighing in on a specific unit count, because effectively that's not an application. Council's already denied the application. It's before the board. We're responding to what could happen here based on our understanding of the dialogue that was held with the community over the summer months.
Councillor Dudek.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the latitude. I guess my question is then, given how you've sort of laid that out, I'm concerned about the perception for the public then. They're of the understanding we've denied the application, we're going to proceed at the Ontario Municipal Board. Then I guess if I were a resident reading this, I'd be concerned, so are you saying you want to consider this or you don't want to consider this? We're framing it by identifying the issues, but the fact the applicants come back with a pattern and another proposal, again, I'm putting myself in the seat of the residents sort of going, so what's going on here?
So thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to the council. It's kind of a difficult question. There's no instructions have been provided, as I'm aware, to staff with respect to the matters at the OMB yet. So all we're saying is that this is the information that we think resides around the, if I could get Charlie to put the bubble diagram up for me, or actually the proposal that they've responded to. We have like 2 reports on this agenda. One is sort of not talking to the other one right now, so it's difficult for me to answer it. I think if I can show you their proposal, that was the original proposal. Go right to the, keep going. So actually go back one, Charlie, please.
I don't know how to go backwards here, so
okay. So we'll use
I'm
that
sure
one.
there's a way.
So you see that there, if you recall the bubble diagram in your mind, there you see it right there, where it's on where it says green area immediately left or west of the 6th Line and the alley of trees and all of that. And then what it says is development area. In fact, it should say proposed development area. This is really at a conceptual level without measuring the width of a parking space, because I know that some of the aisle widths in there and some of the parking spaces don't work. So unless we're willing to relax those standards, I think there would be changes that will have an impact on at least the location of units, and potentially there is an opportunity for the unit count to be further reduced. As long as the principles, what we're saying is these are the principles that must be understood in order to unlock any appropriate development potential on that property. If you go to the next one, if you look on the piece here, you see on the southern limit of the parcel on the east, the part abutting 6th Line, they've stepped the buildings back. But if you go right up north, just go right up north there, Charlie, those have not been stepped back. So in my opinion, if you wanted to carry on that transition, there would be an equal, if we're at the level of an application, we would be saying don't approve those lots right there. We're saying the concept of the step back, which provides a transition and increased amount of landscaping on all that frontage, would provide an opportunity to hide the development, buffer the development from the existing lots on the south or on the east. Same goes with the alley of trees. We don't know, however, at this point in time, if those trees would survive at that location, because that's different than what we saw originally. So those principles, if you take it to a construction drawing, I believe have an impact on the amount of units we're going to see here. So it's the principles we've landed on and not a unit per hectare count, which is not the traditional way, but we're not responding to the application.
Okay, one last question. And I saw it in one of the letters from the residents, and hopefully the resident in question is here tonight so I can ask them personally. But it gave me pause for concern, and that was the comment that they'd heard on more than one occasion that this property has to be developed. And the town is not pushing the development. We're responding to an application as we would any other application. So the pressure to develop is not ours. It's the applicant who is wanting to develop the property.
And thank you, through your worship. The application has been dealt with by council. Staff are responding to council's direction to see what, if anything. And what we did is cull out the principles we think that are relevant on a go-forward basis, perhaps with a resubmission of the applicant or perhaps through an intermunicipal board process.
Mr. McConnell, to help with that last point, you could put up the direction from council that you had up at the start of your presentation. And that was number 3.
Yes.
Councillor Grant is next.
Yes, thank you for that. Just to hammer home some of these points, and we're not looking at reviewing the RL1 zoning tonight.
No, we're not, sir.
No, we're not endorsing this proposal at all.
No, we're not.
Okay. So basically, just to point out again, you've emphasized in your report that this is not an endorsement, and you've mentioned that technical issues still need to be resolved. We're going to the OMB no matter what.
That's correct.
Okay. So you can stand by your report from March 20th and also stand by the report you have this evening. They're not completely separate. You're just showing that when we're getting into negotiation, there might be some issues that we can look at.
Through your worship, there are many technical issues that still do need to be resolved, and we would consult with our appropriate internal departments and outside agencies to resolve those issues that could have an impact on the outcome of any redevelopment scenario for these lands.
Right. So one of the big ones would be Conservation Halton. We haven't heard from them yet.
That's correct.
Do you believe that we'll be hearing from them at least before we go to the OMB?
I think they're a party, as I understand, they may be party to the hearing. What they have to say at that pre-hearing, we would find out at that time.
Okay. So this very long exercise that Councillor Knoll and I started and have been through with the residents was to try and make sure that we can capture a number of the concerns that the people in the resident area had to come forward with things. We're not saying, oh, we're going to go with whatever the developers proposed. We're saying we're trying to capture all the different issues that people have had and bring them up. Now, there may have been a point where the developer had come in and thrown up the bubble diagram or thrown up a proposal, but we're not saying, yes, that's where we're going to go. We're saying that we will include this then, I suppose, or look at this as part of different ways of considering the considering their strategy at the OMB.
That's right. Yes, Mr. Simeone had alluded, this is the resolution that was provided back to town staff, so we explored what those development opportunities would be.
So to reinforce that, we're going to the OMB. We're going to fight what was originally proposed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly I'd invite Councillor Duddick and Elgar to come and speak with Councillor Knoll and myself in future if they have any questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other questions from council? Madam Clerk, I understand.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Councillor Grant saying that we have to talk to them going forward about an issue on an Oakville? Just so I understand.
I'm not saying we have to talk to anybody. We've fulfilled the purpose of item 3, which we have there, which is a discussion between residents, the developer, and the town.
Name, that's all.
I'm glad that order is restored on the right wing here. Madam Clerk, would you please call the first delegation?
The first delegation is David Long.
Mr. Long? Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Do we have an IT person? I have a PowerPoint presentation. Great. How does this? So can I get also the slides in the left? So yes, so that.
You want, so
So I can
full
just-
screen if it's okay like that, then.
Okay.
Then to switch slides, you can just move up or down.
Can I use this?
Yeah, you can click.
So I can just.
Click whatever slide
I
you
can just
want.
click.
Correct.
And then, okay. Yes, thank you.
Chris, does he need any help to make it full screen? All right.
Do you, yeah, so I can just see the slides. Is that convenient for you?
We'll work with whatever we get.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Councillors. My name is David Long, and I live on Radcliffe Road, which is just north of the proposed development site. I'd also like to say thank you to all the area residents who are here tonight and have lasted for a few hours, and appreciate you coming out. And I'd like to ask if you could, if you're an area resident, if you could please raise your hand just to show that what sort of a contingent we have tonight. I asked the area residents to come out to lend their support, and I hope that that's recognized by the town. They're a very dedicated and impassioned group of people. This issue concerns them very deeply, and as I say, I'm happy that they've been able to get out. I'd like to make a presentation to the council tonight on behalf of the residents of the neighborhood. My agenda tonight, a lot of topics I want to cover. I'll try to move as quickly as I can. Following me, we have a young lady, Jess Gill, who would like to make some personal comments, and then we'd like to present a film of the neighborhood that we've made.
In that case,
but not as part of my 10 minutes.
that's fine. That sounds like 20 or more minutes. And that's going to...
No, it's actually very quick.
If you'll just be patient, I'll get you the time. We have the meeting runs out in about 10 minutes unless council will pass a motion to first waive the procedure bylaw. All those in favor? We need 9. Oh, look, we got 9. Now we need a motion to extend the hour. The first motion was by Councillor Knoll, the second one by Councillor Grant. All in favor? And that carries as well. Now you have all the time you need. I'm sorry for the procedural stuff, but it's a procedurally operated world, as you know.
Not sure I understand, but so long as we get through it. Agenda for tonight. Following my introduction, I'd like to discuss the summary of the planning report from last March, but I won't go into very much detail as this has already been discussed. I'd like to talk a few points that were in the EIS, or the Environmental Impact Study, which was not available in March when you had your discussion on this, as it was published in the summer. I'd like to summarize events as directed by the March Council resolution. Then I wish to comment on the Planning Services Department report from October and some comments on zoning. I'd like to then, if I can fit it in with time, discuss comparison between the Dunbar and the development of the Harvest Bible Chapel development, followed by some final comments. Introduction. The objective of my presentation is to present the overwhelming views of the community, to review the considerable number of policy planning failures of the original and revised proposed developments, to request that town reject any proposed development that doesn't meet the current zoning standards and character of the area, and to request that council defend the character of our neighborhood. So the summary, this is a quick summary of the planning report from March, and it this deals with the what is in that report, the policy planning issues. Intensification, notably the intensification and the character, those are the main areas, 11.18 and 11.19, and the report clearly indicates that they do not pass muster. I have to say, Mr. Mayor, that the planning report in March was, I consider it to be very well written and very well reasoned and logically concluded as well. I thought it was very well done. So most of the policy, the original proposal that was discussed in March from a intensification and character point of view failed to pass the test as in livable Oakville. And the appropriate zoning for the lands also failed because they are requesting an increase in the density, and that's clearly not in the livable Oakville plan. There's many specific technical issues that arise in this proposal, and in regards to the zoning, I just want to read from page 22 on the March plan, and it says, similarly, the zoning as proposed is not appropriate for the use of the lands, and the numerous modifications from the underlying zoning regulations would result in an unacceptable adverse impact on the surrounding area. The proposal as submitted does not represent a development which reflects the appropriate implementation of the livable Oakville plan and is not considered to be good planning or in the public interest. That's the report from March. Now that's in context. I'd like to move into the environmental impact study, which, as I said, was published in March and not able to be considered by Council in March. However, Council felt that because of the significance and overwhelming, I call them failures, by the proposed development on the livable Oakville intensification and the character, because of the overwhelming failures of the proposal, that the planning department recommended that they didn't need to see the environmental impact study back in March. There's so many failures, we don't need to see it, we recommend that you reject it. You did responsibly, and let's sort of put that into context. So we received the environmental impact study, and I just wanted to point out three quick things here. One is that from an overview point of view, so what they did in terms of wildlife on this study was they went in there on 2 days, May the 28th and June the 15th, and they surveyed the wildlife for 10 minutes each day. 10 minutes one day, 10 minutes the next day. That is the extent of the statistical sampling that was done for this environmental impact study, which, now that's very weak statistical sampling, I don't need to say that. I might note to Council right now that in the audience here, we have 2 PhDs, one in math and statistics and the other in chemistry. They're very familiar with statistical sampling. It's very critical. They'd be more than happy to enlighten staff and improve that quality, because it's no stretch to say that good development in Oakville depends on good planning decisions, which in turn depend on good statistical sampling. If you have weak statistical sampling, then you're going to have weak decisions, weak development in Oakville, and hence you're not going to have the vision of Oakville that the mayor has. So I just wanted to point that out. This is the crux. This is a very important report. However, within 10 minutes of one day and 10 minutes of the next day, they identified that there's an endangered bat species, which was confirmed. There's a special concern regarding some bird species concerned. The endangered bat, some eastern small-footed myotosis, doesn't mean anything to me. Special concern bird species. MNR sent a report saying, well, there's 2 recorded species at risk and 1 potential species at risk in this particular area. They didn't identify any butterflies. I live in Radcliffe. We get butterflies all the time. Maybe butterflies were sleeping for those 10 minutes. Basically, the guys left, and their Tim Hortons was still warm by the time they finished their statistical sampling done. So those are two items that popped out of this environmental impact study. So despite the fact that they looked at it for 10 minutes, they found an endangered species and some special concern species. And it wasn't done during migration season. It was done at a very limited point of time. The third item that came out of the environmental impact study is that in fact this area is part of the Halton Region Natural Heritage System. And this, okay, so a marker here. So we have here at the bottom the QEW. We have, this is the 16 Mile Creek. The green is the natural heritage system that the Halton region has identified for the area. And this is the top of Bank here. But there's a corridor that comes out of the top of Bank onto the tablelands. This is the historical house. That's the other house, which is on the edge of Bank. But this corridor comes along and it captures the alley, which has these two long big trees, Norwegian spruce trees. It captures this alley and it goes up. There's a little arm that goes up here. I presume that is to capture this particular ginkgo tree, which is identified in the environmental impact study as a special notable item. I talked to Halton Region and they confirmed this. It's not a specific surveyed spot. In other words, they can't say, okay, here's the exact line we've actually surveyed. It's a general outline for this particular area. And this really what hasn't been identified up until now. So there's implications because this is a natural heritage system which runs right on this land. So this is why, I guess, one of the reasons why Halton Conservation, Halton Region, want to be involved in this particular file at the OMB. There's obviously some discussion as to what happens with this natural heritage system, and so therefore the issues, can you build on it, what can you do on this? Also, what are the buffer zones? Here you have a natural heritage system. Now, at the bank here, the top of Bank, there's a 15-meter buffer zone for development. But what is the buffer zone for this area here? I don't know. Is it 15 meters? Is it 1 meter? Is it 0 meters? This is something that is a problematic technical issue. But the fact is, here we have a natural heritage system. This is part of the character of the area, and this is one of the reasons why we are concerned with this particular area. It's part of the character of the neighborhood. So I move on. Council resolution of March 2017, and I'm just going to, this was well discussed by Mr. McConnell. We had a first meeting in June. Residents voiced their issues. Second meeting in December. Dunbar boiled down those issues into about 5 major categories. And noise, traffic, I'm not sure whether there was a third one, but then there was intensification and characterization. Unfortunately, because of time limitations, we spent most of the time just talking about noise and traffic, which are very much, specifically traffic, is very big concern in this particular area. So time limitations ran out. So we didn't hear Dunbar's response to the intensification and the characterization and how they reacted to our concerns regarding that and to the planning report, which identified those areas as substantial failures. Then they said,
Long,
well, we're going to have a revised proposal the following week. And
excuse me, Mr. Long.
Yes.
You've been somewhat long in your presentation, and the matter before us is the report from the staff, not the application from Dunbar.
Yes.
And so I've given you a lot of latitude, but I kept hoping that you would speak to where you agree or disagree with the staff report. They've done their best to identify what they thought what needed to be protected and what was left. They've tried to separate the situation into two sets of information, right?
Yes.
And the EIS certainly added some information of stuff to be protected. So can you sort of scope yourself towards commenting on where you'd like the staff report, where you support it, where you want it changed? Or
By all means, I'll just jump to that right away.
Thank you.
Okay, third meeting, those are technical changes that they've made. So I've then gone and summarized the October proposed revised application. There's been no change. You go down from 81 to 67 units. There's been really no change in intensification, characterization. The one issue to be discussed is the appropriate zoning for the lands at the bottom, pass and fail. And I wanted to discuss this because this is from the Planning Services report. And I have to say that, there's a point where in Planning Services report, they start and they talk about considerations for appropriate redevelopment of the site. First of all, from a failure point of view, the revised application, it's still outside of the official plan, the livable plan, the densification. It's still extremely high. From a pass point of view, the planning report, and we're very concerned about this, the planning report and the wording in the planning report leads you to conclude, or they don't conclude, the wording is very ambiguous, I have to say. It's not clear, it's not specific, and the logic which they use is, I feel it's a real leap of logic in some of the things that they say to get to a conclusion or to get to a summary, because on page 11 they come along and say medium density residential development would be appropriate for the area subject to design in a manner that would both address physical constraints and maintain the character of the area. Nothing has changed in this particular area from March to when they did this report in October. Nothing has changed, everything is the same, and yet they were very strident and very emphatic in the March report, saying that as I read before, that the zoning is appropriate for the area and it should remain so. But what they do is they start off, so this is the area of, we're very concerned about their wording and how they handle this. And they start off, while maintaining the character of the area remains important, the size and isolated nature of this area provides an opportunity for change in the neighborhood, which would allow for redevelopment without altering the character. The reason why this is ambiguous, Mr. Mayor, is because this is kind of a Trojan horse argument. It opens the door a little crack. This should be qualified to say, okay, allows for redevelopment of this neighborhood. That's fine, but up to the limitations of livable Oakville and the official plan, because right at the moment you only got 5 houses on there, 1.2 acres, so it's underdeveloped. So yes, there's a opportunity for redevelopment, but it stops there. So it's very ambiguous. It should qualify and say up to the livable plan, but because it doesn't say that, it opens the door a little bit, a crack, and then they go on to say the proximity to the QEW, the GO, the Oakville place, make the site a candidate worthy of consideration for an appropriate level of redevelopment. Those haven't changed in the last 6 months, 7 months. They go on to say the site has remained undeveloped, underutilized. That's the responsibility of the owner of the land, and there may be specific reasons for that. I don't know. The site represents the only site within the immediate area which may be suitable for redevelopment. Appropriate redevelopment of the site is not expected to undermine the stable character of the neighborhood. Again, it's not clear, it needs qualification, and there's no substantiation for some of these comments. I have to be, normally, in the other reports, it's very well supported, and I just find that the language is ambiguous and it's not clear, and it's moving in a direction to this medium residential comment that they make in consideration discussion above related to characteristics of the site within the special policy area opportunities exist to redevelop the site at densities greater than presently exists within the livable Oakville plan. I feel that they're just going step, step, step and jumping to the conclusion, which is medium-density residential development would be appropriate for the area. I just feel that we, the residents, feel, Mr. Mayor, that there's a bit of tenuous leap of logic here, it appears, in my mind, to be a conclusion in search of some justification. So we've got a conclusion, we're looking for some justification, because nothing's changed. They were very strident and very emphatic in March to what they say. So it's puzzling to us, and they choose to deal with, why do they choose to deal with zoning in this report in October when, but they're choosing not to deal with although staff have not reviewed the concept plan in detail. So they're not going to talk about intensification 1118 and 1119, but they choose to deal with the zoning, and they kind of open the door and make their way towards this conclusion. As I say, it's puzzling, and we're very concerned about the way that this particular report was written.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question for you, and then Councillor Grant has a question. If do you recall when the planning director was talking about the green space on, the idea of green space on 6th line below the private road that would go into the development?
Yes, sir.
And he pointed out that above that road, it was narrower, and his opinion that for that idea of a buffer to work, it would have to be consistent?
Yeah, that's our concern as well. I skipped over that.
So the planners, as I understood it, and I'm asking you if you saw this in the report, I took to be saying, didn't you take them to be saying, if you buffer it completely so that it's separated by a screen, in most cases of green, then it's sort of taken it out of the neighborhood. And then that allows it to be considered in terms of its qualities that allow a theoretical exploration of medium density because of the proximity to the GO station. Which leads to my question. So I guess I have two questions. The first question is, did you see that? Did you notice the suggestion in this staff report that in order to consider any development, it needed to be fully screened from the existing neighborhood?
This development,
did you see that or not?
I would say, I don't specifically recall that language.
Well, this evening when the planning director was talking about the green screening on 6th line, did you notice that?
I remembered, yes, I noted that he discussed that.
That leads to my question. If the neighborhood were completely screened from whatever were done in the remainder, and if all of the environmental concerns were met with, tops of bank, buffers, endangered species, everything, would, in your mind, there still be nothing should go there except RL1?
That's correct.
Thank you.
This is what it's zoned for. That's what the official plan says. That's what my mandate from my neighborhood says, yes.
So, thank you. You've made it clear for me. You just don't want any change to the zoning in the area.
The neighborhood believes that the livable plan should be followed.
Okay.
Yes.
Good answer. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
But that does leave some unanswered questions through you. If we are headed to the OMB, I guess it's more for town staff. Let me just go back and say, you're preaching to the converted. I hope you realize we've all agreed, everybody around this table, that the March 20th proposal was done. We don't want to look at that. We want nothing to do with that. The idea behind the meetings that we had over the course of early spring or midsummer and onwards was to try and get some sense of what we can do or what we can say at the OMB to match up with what people want. And I understand now that your position is that you don't want anything, but the OMB may not give that kind of regard, which is a shame, because we're fighting constantly with the OMB, and we don't want something designed by the OMB. So back to those meetings. You talked about the allay, the row of trees, in the Halton Region environmental plan. You agree those should be protected, correct?
We would like to see those protected, yes. And also, our vision is the official plan has a density of 10 units per hectare. We're not against redevelopment. We're against redevelopment in excess of that. And currently, it's underutilized.
It's underutilized because the zoning is 29. The special policy overlay cuts it to 10.
Cuts it to 10, and currently the development on there is 5 houses on 1.2 hectares. And so as Councillor Elger says, well, you can go up to 12 or 13 or whatever it is. So we're not against the redevelopment, and that's why I wanted to bring in just mention the Harvest Bible, because they had RO1 along Lakeshore and a special policy overlay maximum 10, and RO2 behind that. And the developer, the initial application was keep single-family residences along Lakeshore, which is the transition, which is the neighborhood, then put the townhouses in behind that. And that was fought, and apparently it was agreed to by the council, and the OMB agreed, and then the final proposal is 22 single-family homes, which is to fit within the current zoning. And there were a lot of similarities between that, and we probably don't have time to discuss that, and that's fine, but that's, we're not against the development. It's just, it could be developed further, up to the limits of the official plan.
In being developed. Hi, I still have the floor, don't I?
I thank you for your answer. Councillor Grant, do you have more?
Well, essentially, it's just, again, there are certain things that, and I agree, if you're saying that the position is that we're not going to do anything, or we're just going to full stop say we want to stick to the official plan, which I guess we can ask town staff what that position would be like. In fact, maybe we'll do that in a bit.
All right, but let's try to focus on the delegations
To close this,
for now.
yes, sorry. Just, I really hope that through the meetings that we had, we can focus on the things that we want to preserve. Because if we do come to a point where we're being told by the OMB, no, you don't have to follow your official plan, you need to do this, and you need to do that, it's really important to me that we preserve certain things, that we pay attention to traffic, that we keep the allay of trees, that we keep as
Yes.
much greenery as we can.
Yes.
And that's sort of my point in saying, like, through these meetings, that's what my hope was, that we would get some kind of response where if it's a scenario where we're told that you have to do something, at least we can say, but still give us this at least. I hope you understand that, and that turns into a question.
Yes, I understand. We are also cognizant of the potential that if you open up RL1, that this may set a precedent, and other areas of town may also, a developer may go along to some RL1 on the edge in the southeast of Oak, or
And not to
southeast
be
of
argumentative,
Oakville.
but you realize that we're not opening up RO1. Or RL1.
Well, if you do open up RL1.
We're not doing anything tonight.
Above all, we don't argue. We receive information. So, Councillor Grant, if you have questions for the delegation.
I have no further, thank you.
Councillor Knoll, do you have questions for the delegation?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. First of all, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Long, and thank you for participating in this long process. And also, thank you for the snacks this afternoon at our little impromptu meeting we had. I have a question with respect to your presentation tonight. During the, just a bit of a lead up to this question, during the various public sessions we had, you in particular, and a number of members of the community in general had concerns that they raised about traffic and noise. I note specifically that you have not really emphasized any of that in your presentation tonight. I'm just curious why. Are you satisfied with the results of the staff's recommendations on that nature? I'm just because that was the rally call early days, and it seems to have disappeared now. So I'm curious what the manifestation is for that.
No, I was going to mention that, but that's what I look at that as there's a lot of technical issues here, really, to address. Noise, traffic is definitely one. It was addressed in this report. We don't believe, traffic is still an issue at morning and evening at the intersections there, Leyland and 6th Line. That's certainly still a very major issue, but it's a technical problem. And what I was trying to do in here, and I was trying to veer my discussion more on the issues of livable Oakville, the intensification and the characterization, and the zoning, and put aside, I mean, I talked a lot about the technical issues before when I was here in March, and yeah, I touched upon a few in the environmental, study, but that hadn't been mentioned before, and I just wanted to steer away from those and talk about.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarification. Your Worship, I'm going to end questions at this point because we have 2 more delegations that I know of, and I know we need to move on.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Elgar.
Just quickly, so you said you represent the residents. Is this the residents, do they agree with what you're saying? Do you believe that you want the zoning to stay the way it is and the official plan with the special policy to stay the way it is on that property?
Well, should we ask them?
Okay.
They've been very consistent and very solid.
I guess you are representing okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long, for your information.
Thank you very much, sir.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next? Well, no, actually, if you'll allow the next registered delegation her turn, and the one after that who registered, I'll then poll the audience and you'll have every opportunity.
The next delegation is Jess Gill.
Welcome, Ms. Gill. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Councillors. My name is Jess Gill, and I live on 6th Line within 100 meters of the proposed development. My husband and I lived in London and New York prior to moving back to Canada 4 years ago. And we lived in a condo downtown Toronto and began looking at the suburbs of the GTA once we were expecting our first child. And we chose to move to Oakville 2 years ago because of the diverse community, the excellent schools, and the commute to Toronto. We chose our home specifically on 6th Line because of the character of the neighborhood, including the mature trees and the diverse architecture of the homes. These were really important factors to us when choosing our first home. We saw a stable neighborhood that would be ideal to raise our young family for many years to come. However, with the new proposed development, we are reconsidering our decision and desire to remain in the neighborhood and in Oakville in general because of our loss of confidence in the local planning process. The approval of this development application will most certainly jeopardize, at least in our minds, and if not many people, the ranking of Oakville as one of the best places to live overall. Although Mayor Burton notes that Oakville is ranked as the 4th best place to live overall, in their survey, Money Sense and Maclean's magazine both decreased the ranking of Oakville from 3rd to 15th best place to live in Canada from 2016 to 2017. One way to stop the further slide in their rankings would be to not deviate from the livable Oakville plan. This development proposes to do just that. Increasing the zoning to medium density will significantly change the look and feel of the neighborhood. I would like to point to you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, that a number of residents have already decided to move away from the area, and from talking to them, this is a direct result of the foreseeable upheaval and significant decline in the character of the neighborhood. We are for new development in the area that is responsible, as Mr. Long has identified. If Dunbar would like to develop within the current zoning guidelines, we would support such development. With the addition of 65 townhomes to the area, this will greatly impact the flow of the community greatly. Mr. Mayor, I was going to quote a number of your remarks from your recent State of Town address, but in the interest of time, I I would be happy to reconsider that because we are running quite late,
I'm familiar with what I said.
certainly. But on behalf of my family and my neighbors, I urge the mayor and the town of Oakville to uphold the recent words and the vision of the mayor and the future of Oakville. The proposed revised development application is contrary to these words, this vision, and the spirit of this town. I urge you to reject them and to contest them at the OMB. My family and my neighbors would thank you.
Thank you for your information. Councilor O'Meara.
Sorry, I just have a quick question because this is the second one I've heard. I keep hearing about a revised proposal or revised application, and I'm not sure. I think we heard twice our director of planning say that this isn't, and the difficulty is that we don't have a revised application. So I'm wondering if you're discussing the original application that council said no to, or are you discussing the report about what could happen on the...
What could be.
What could be, so, okay.
Yes, because we've had several meetings, and it's, as the councillor mentioned, as residents, we're not really sure what direction this is going in, and we're very concerned at the outcome.
No problem. I just get confused. I keep hearing reference to a revised application, and it's kind of confusing me. So thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Knoll.
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for coming out and sticking with us so late. I know you have young kids, so I appreciate your commitment to this issue. I just wanted to clarify your primary objective or your objection here, because I'm trying to get a sense of, is it the density? Is it the potential volume of traffic? Like, what exactly are you as we require advice so that we can instruct our staff to do their jobs? What is it specifically you're objecting to? Is it noise? Is it traffic? Is it simply the density? You said you were prepared to accept what would be as of right on the property. So is it surely the volume of people? Can you just maybe narrow in a little bit as to what specifically you're objecting to in this application, or not the application, the original application, I guess, is because that's what we have to ultimately provide advice on.
Well, certainly the density, because the density is going to increase, and we've talked about the number of vehicles in the area and the traffic. So those are, I would say, at the top of the priority in terms of that. And certainly the area has been redeveloped, and there's many homes that are being demolished and rebuilt, and there's an addition to the community. But it's just the magnitude of the number of homes that are potentially being proposed to go into that area significantly impacts how our lives are going to be, the way we conduct our lives on a daily basis. And that's what the concern of myself and my neighbors are.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Gill, if I could ask you if you would agree with this reformulation of your words. The item before us is a staff report on what might be possible there if it was perfectly screened and all the technical issues were met. And what we should be hearing you to say, I conclude, and I'm checking now, is you don't agree that there's any room for redevelopment here, no matter how much it's screened or no matter how many of the technical matters are dealt with. You wouldn't agree with any redevelopment beyond the existing OP. Now, is that correct?
That's correct.
So now the existing OP has a RL1 29 units per hectare and an overlay of 10 per hectare. And do you have any latitude in your mind between the 10 and the 29, or are you glued to 10?
I mean, I'm not glued to 10, but ideally, with the character of the neighborhood, if you're putting in 29, that significantly changes because those lot sizes in that specific area are quite large.
You wouldn't put 29 in, it's 29 per hectare.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the, so how many would you put in based on the 29 per hectare in that 1.2?
What's, Mr. Simeone, or Mr. McConnell, what's the total size of the developable area at best?
1.47 hectares.
So it'd be, it would be 29. Yeah. All right, so you've helped us understand yourself perfectly, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, of staff on regarding the 1.47. I read the report, they had 1.235. What am I missing?
I didn't hear the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Samia, I thought I heard you say 1.47, and I read the report, and you said it was 1.235, I thought I read somewhere in this report.
If I may, through you, Your Worship, the 1.235 is the area of the developable area if you exclude the buffer as presently defined by the applicant, although, again, that area still has to be confirmed by the region and the Conservation Authority. But presently, as defined by the applicant, outside of the excluding the buffer, is 1.235.
Okay, so,
thank you.
so therefore, given staff's report, it's logical to expect that it would be less than that, because we heard a couple of times where they were pushing against the edges and so on, right?
Yeah,
Still,
I think that's a
the
fair.
implication is that
Right.
the overlay is 10, the RL1 is 29, and we got important clarity on that, so thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation?
Next delegation is Paul Doucette.
Or not?
Mr. Mayor, clearly I'm not Paul Doucette. Paul Doucette is taken ill this afternoon. He notified me late this afternoon that he had to go home to recuperate and he could not be here tonight. His presentation is to show a 5-minute film that we put together, minimal commentary just on natural features, and would you prepared to make an exception if I could present it on his behalf?
Well, Council, do you want to see the movie? Councilor Knoll? We'd like to see the movie.
Is there an opportunity to dim the lights a little bit?
Yeah, we can do that.
Could you?
Yeah. I'll go dim the lights, okay?
Perhaps Councillor Knoll would like to show us at his theater, so it could qualify for, just click on here. Okay. Looking east from the end of Randcliffe, property is on the far right. Looking north, 6th line at Leyland towards the golf course, on the left. Property is behind the small house in the middle. It's Randcliffe Road. Creek. Bottom left is the southwest corner of the property. The cedar hedge in the middle of the alley is at the left. Randcliffe Road. It's just north of the subject property. That's the ginkgo tree to the right. Views above the property, that's the alley. This is the ginkgo tree here, to the right of the historical house. the alley. So we're going towards the historical house and then the embankment. Historical house is just the other side there. This is the end of the alley. This is to the right of the alley leading up to the ginkgo tree. This is a nice, very nice cedar hedge, very tall cedar hedge in the middle of the property. Cedar hedge. This is the alley. Trees are quite tall on the property. Sunnycrest Lane. I don't know where that is.
Thank you. Your neighborhood has the best background music of any neighborhood in town. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
Next delegation is John Rattali.
Mr. Rattali, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Your Worship, I'll be brief as I'm way past my bedtime. Good evening. My name is John Rattali. I speak tonight in support of the town and the builder finding a plan that they can both live with. Thank you to our town staff, town councillors, and builder representatives for facilitating an open and dynamic process to get to this point. I come to you as a 25-year resident of 1076 Line, where Donna and I have raised 5 children. This proposed project has been a regular point of discussion in our home for the last year. Residents have been provided with several opportunities through information sessions arranged by Councillors Nolan Grant and town staff to voice their concerns that started when the builder presented the proposal 1 year ago. Experts addressed the noise and traffic concerns raised, and nothing the experts said gave me cause for concern. Residents expressed their design concerns, and the builder responded with a revised plan. Is it the perfect plan? Impossible to tell. But what we know is that the builder has been open and has responded. If someone had a better design plan that is practical, then they have had ample opportunity to bring it forward for consideration. To only criticize is not constructive. For the most part, the properties in question have been derelict for years and do not offer any unique character and charm to the neighborhood or contribute to the welcoming and comforting vibe. For all the times I've passed the homes in question, I've never seen anyone outside, and I think the only time I did see somebody, they quickly retreated as I approached. So, the most significant home on the property with heritage features cannot even be seen from 6th Line. In every municipality, there will be pieces of property that are more challenging than most. Lands like the Dunbar properties at the bottom of 6th Line, which are at the end of a road, abutting a busy highway, and at the edge of a creek. In a perfect world, every property could be molded to fit the official plan, but the price of land and market forces create this reality. This property will not attract a number of multi-million-dollar home buyers, but it will support many buyers in million-dollar townhomes. The relative ease with which someone can access a GO train from the site makes the land a good candidate for significant intensification. Condo developments like the one that's proposed have endless rules that their boards create, which means the property should be well maintained. The underpass should end up safer simply by having more people and life in the area. While my neighbors raised some good points, this is still a unique and challenging project. These types of properties really need to be considered as exceptions to the official plan. If left to go to the OMB, we may in fact end up with a much larger development that the revised proposal suggests. I believe this is an opportunity to breathe some new life into the neighborhood, add a lot of taxpayers, which I think we would all agree is a good thing. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Vitale. Questions? Thank you, sir. Council, I think it's time for a motion to receive the information. Councillor Knoll? I'm sorry, what?
There was one other gentleman.
Oh, you're right. I beg your pardon. Sir, would you come down, introduce yourself, and share your information? No, you actually... I know, it's bad enough you had to wait your turn, but you also have to comply with the whole routine.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for reminding me, Councillor.
I'd just like to know why the OMB hearing has been scheduled before Halton Region has submitted support to Council.
There hasn't actually been a hearing scheduled. There's been a pre-hearing scheduled. A pre-hearing is especially the first one, there can be more than one pre-hearing. The first pre-hearing is a procedural matter that usually is over in a few minutes and concerns itself with identifying who wants to be a party and who wants to be a participant. And the board orders the parties to produce an issues list at a later time. Generally, that would then be another pre-hearing. An actual hearing is probably many months away. Okay. So the region and the conservation both have plenty of time to get their material together.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm happy to clear that up. Councillor Knoll has moved receipt. All those in favor? Look at that, it carries. And now, Council, I would entertain a motion to resolve into a closed meeting session for the purpose of dealing with matters pertaining to the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to item C2, OMB Appeal 1463291, Ontario Inc., Dunbar Developments. And, I beg your pardon? I'm finding out. Is there a motion? Councillor Knoll, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Now, I don't know about you, Council, but I definitely need a 2-minute bio break, and that'll give everybody a chance to clear the room. And we're in recess.
recycling this old sterling silver spoon, which has outlived its usefulness as a spoon. Now it's going to become a part of the Spirit Award. My training was very traditional in the sense that it's using traditional silversmithing methods of learning to form using stakes and hammers. And the silversmithing trade is fascinating because in terms of commission jobs that come along, you never know what you might be asked to create. And so it's always a learning experience. It's interesting. Things are never the same from one project to another. The process starts, first of all, with a drawing transferred onto paper as a pattern. And in this case, it's a piece of bronze sheet that's about 4 millimeters thick. And this is the easiest way to trace the pattern, in this case of the oak leaf. And that gets sawn out. That creates the body of the piece, and from there there'll be a segment put on to secure it to the base, and then the novelty of the spinning acorn, we start off by using. So we start off with, in this case, a wooden model of the acorn, and that is what we use to cast. And this is one of the acorns that has just come out of the mold in its rough state in sterling silver, and eventually it'll get polished out and look like that, and a hole pierced all the way through as a axis that it'll pivot around, and then the finished product ends up looking something like this. And so this will sit on a desk, and so you can play with the acorn, and it'll spin around on its axis around in the middle of the leaf. And the Spirit Award is a perfect example of that. Even though I'm not working in silver, the metalworking techniques are the same, and the satisfaction of designing and creating something that's unique for this opportunity is a lot of fun. So this is a traditional jeweler's or silversmith's bench. This is called a bench pin, and this acts as a support on anything that we happen to be sawing out or filing. There's a notch here that the saw blade will work into without touching the wood. So in this case, I'm just along my pattern line. Because this is quite thick metal, it's a fairly time-consuming process to cut out the entire shape. So there the leaf begins to take shape. That was the idea, that it would be instantly recognizable as having to do with the city or town of Oakville. And so the acorn, of course, is a symbol of something that starts off small and becomes big, like the Spirit Award itself. And it also is sort of a novelty thing. I like to have people interact with my work. I often refer to my work as interactive sculpture, and by having the acorn rotate, it becomes something that people can touch and play with and interact with. So it's not just a trophy that will sit on a shelf, it's something that people can touch and have an association with. And so I like to include novelty things like that in almost all my work. Right. So the next step, we'll have to create the cavity for the acorn to rotate in. I've traced the outline of the acorn onto the leaf, and the next stage is I have to draw a small starting hole so I can get my saw blade in there and do an internal cut. So the next thing I have to do is put a small drill bit into my drill. Well, it's just a small rotary drill. Use a little bit of oil to lubricate. It doesn't really matter where I start the hole. It could be anywhere in the... This is quite thick metal. The drill bit can get quite hot and dull very quickly, so I always just put a little bit of oil to lubricate that. That's the hole cut. And these are images that are instantly sort of identifiable: oak leaf, acorn, things that people are familiar with, and people like to see things that they're familiar with. They interact with them, I think, better than abstract objects. Okay, so there's the leaf with the outline for the acorn, and I have to position the saw in there, so I'm going to switch to a slightly bigger saw frame. Bigger in the sense that the throat is deeper so that I can move around the whole space of the leaf. So the first thing I have to do is insert the saw blade into the hole, and then while suspending that there, I've got to tension up the blade, and now I'm able to start sawing out the acorn. In the old days, I would have had an apprentice to do such a simple task as sawing out a little shape like this, but unfortunately I have to do it myself. Okay, so there's the little cutout, and there's the space that will provide the axis for the acorn to rotate on. You know, and then I had the idea of incorporating the image of the acorn that's so familiar to us as being the symbol of something big coming from something small. And I thought that that was important to incorporate that into the design. You know, that people's efforts in volunteering within their community, although they may be, you know, small in the grand scheme of things, really contribute hugely to a city, and often go unnoticed. And you need to actually save this piece because it becomes part of the base for attaching it to the marble. So, using a circle template, I'm going to scribe a small circle on the piece that we just cut out. More of a, in terms of the word spirit, and that's why the oak leaf itself is it's a bit more stylized. I mean, it's instantly recognizable as an oak leaf, but because it's not too realistic, I had thought of images of around the word spirit. You know, spirit can mean lots of things, but it's sort of an ephemeral shape that. So that's why this is sort of a soft oak leaf. And again, you know, in terms of the acorn itself growing into a mighty oak, it's the small works that people do through volunteerism that I think are being recognized here that make huge contributions to a town like the town of Oakville. So I think that people can see that image in the work, and from small things, big things grow. Okay, so this is going to be used then to create part of the mechanism that'll hold the oak leaf onto the marble base. Okay. So even though that's not perfectly round yet, we're going to put that into a lathe and make it round. I just have to clean up one of the surfaces. So that the metal is very shiny, and then when I go to solder it, the solder will flow evenly. Okay, so I've just cut off this piece of tubing, and that's going to be
Perhaps you would like to move the motion to receive.
Will get attached to and inserted into the marble base.
I will call us back to order.
Sections of the metal are very clean and shiny, and the next stage is to solder the two of them together.
All right, council has resumed public session, and we're good here. And council has met in a closed meeting session for the purpose of dealing with matters pertaining to the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to item C2, OMB appeal, Dunbar Developments. The chair now recognizes Councillor Knoll.
Your Worship, with respect to item C2, I wish to move that we receive the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Discussion, all in favor? That's carried. And for the public, I'll explain that that means that council's position and direction to staff stands as to defend council's refusal of the Dunbar application back in March. And I now need a motion to rise and report. Councillor Hutchins, thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. I rise and report that the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on confidential consent item C1, public hearing items 1 and 2, discussion items 3, 4, 5, and 6, and confidential discussion item C2, as noted by the clerk. May I have a mover and seconder for my report? Councillor O'Meara, Councillor Lishchyna, thank you. All in favor? And that is adopted. Is there any new business of an emergency, congratulatory, or condolence nature? I'll congratulate all of you for your wakefulness at this hour. Can I look to you for a mover and seconder for the bylaws? Councillor Grant, and who else hasn't had it? Councillor Robinson. All those in favor, as printed in the agenda. Council, that concludes our agenda. We did a mighty amount of work, and we heard a great deal from many of our fine residents. It's been terrific working with you, and I thank you for your time and attention. I think it was worth it, and we are adjourned.